I'm almost ready. I'm sorry, I'm falling behind. I'm here. Hi. Hello. What? Hi, Anthony. Hi, Toad. Why am I a cat? So mean. Hi, Anthony. Hi, Tony. Hi, everybody. Oh, dear. Oh, so I forgot. I got the wrong. I'm going to have to wait for me to not be a cat because I should be in Chibi mode. And I forgot to do that. Oh. But hi, Elikaluna as well. Oh, Night Strider do be zooming like the old Keeper's Secrets had like a 30-inch charge. I think it has a 36-inch charge range. I think if you go for the Speedio, so we got two. No! Hi, Douglas. Hi, Mississippi Gonzo. Hi, Erland. No Chibi mode for you. So D3 inches. What does it say? Oh, yeah, it moves 12 inches. It can then move an extra D3, so that's up to 15. You can get the oath and whatever for an extra 2 inches.
This cat looks more like a fox.
I'm not a fox. I'm a fluffy kitty. No, I'm not a fluffy kitty. I'm just a fluffy cupcake. I'm not a fox. I'm not a cat. I'm just a fluffy cupcake. Yeah. That's roughly cat-shaped. But yeah, it's got 12-inch movement, D3 inches extra movement, so that's 15 inches. It can then get that oath, which gives it plus 2 inches, that's 17 inches. It can then advance up to 7 more inches for 24 inches. And then it's got a 13-inch charge range, because the oath will give it plus 1 inch to the charge, and you can use a strat to allow it to charge in advance, which gives it 37-inch charge range, something like that, potential. Alternatively, if you go with the new 3-blade attachment, you can give it a 9-inch advance. It won't be able to charge if it uses its 9-inch advance, but it will now mean that it can move. The 9-inch advance can get for plus 1, so it would be a 10-inch advance, plus the 2 inches of normal movement for 14, plus the 3 inches, that's 17. So it can have a 27-inch advance, but it can't charge then. Oh yeah, so it's pretty crazy. And if you take it with a 3-blade attachment, it hits like a truck as well. Oh, what's like? Sorry, a bit late. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday too. I've been doing some painting. A tiny little bit of painting. Laughs in Fire Moth on Battletech. It's got for zoomies. It's got this fizz slaps roof. Wait. Go to hand cam. Oops, how did I do that? Mage hand cam. What? There we go. There we go. I'm misclicking. Slaps roof of night. This lad can fit so many zoomies in him. I just want to ask, is your stream okay? It's freezing. It's no, it's not. Looking at my thing, it keeps randomly dropping the amount of kilobits per second my upload speed. It's not dropping a lot. It's just dropping like it should be about 8,000, but it keeps just randomly jumping between 6,000 to 9,000. It's not very stable. Uppies need more uppies. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. I've reset my router. Okay, before I do anything else, I've reset my router, I've restarted my computer. I have no idea what's happening with my uploads. Events, root commands. Don't change my thing yet. MV2, no. Chibi Mage, there we go. And then yeah, I'd forgotten to change me to Chibi mode this week. There you go. I should be Chibi mode. That'll fix it. Yeah, this doesn't fix it. I hope it's not going to be too laggy. You might end up just having to, you know, be a few seconds behind. But I don't know why my internet connection is so bad. I'm going to have to just talk to my father and tell him to ring the internet service provider because I've reset the router for Firemoth can move up to 26 inches and still shoot. Oh no, yeah, this can move 27 inches and still shoot. It can do the assault. All its weapons have the assault keyword, so it can still shoot every single weapon it has. And, you know, still shoot. And you know, move it. How far can it move again? Hit the router with a hammer. Yeah, I mean, I've tried. I don't know what the issue is, per se. It might be my OBS or something, because the way it's jumping about, it's going, like, well above where it's meant to be, as well as well below. Upload speed dropping off. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I've restarted it. Maybe it's because my father's in a voice call. I mean, unless it's like Windows doing something stupid. Let me look at my task manager. Let's look at performance. Can I look at like internet performance here? Wi-Fi, here we go.
Puff word of the day. Pride. When is Pride? I don't know. I can't tell time. Anyway, Pride is a fun month. And I like rainbows.
Yay. Hi French Puff. I've made some progress in Unite Ruinate. Nice. Glad you're making progress with it. Hope it's fun. Yeah, my Wi-Fi is being crazy. What the heck? Let me just like tighten these things. Let's see if that's gonna help. I mean, actually, I do have one idea. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay. I've got a Wi-Fi booster in my room, so I just unplugged it and plugged it back in just to see if that would help. I find out you can use the spare parts from minis to make gore. Yeah, obviously you can. Such as aberrant head glued on for base plate to recruit. Yeah! And you can put it like in your recruit's hand or something to make it look like it's like ripped the head off or something. Oh darn it, I forgot to get myself some water as well. I'm out of drinks. Right, here we go. We got the Night Destria here. We got the Night Destria. And apparently I'm dropping like 10, 14, 15% of my frames. Oh, why is it so bad? Just stabilize a stupid connection. It seems... Why is it so unstable? You've made 2 banners for it. Nice. One based on your family crest, but I'm not sure what to do for your second banner. Your warband. I don't know. Banner based on one of the Chaos Gods or something. I'm looking at stuff. Tools, help. Maybe... Not changed anything, have I? Actually, there's one thing. Let me check this. I don't have a collab thing set up here, so it can't be that. Windows capture star background. Image 6. Wait, why did I turn into this character?
Touch Fluffy Fluff.
Wait, what just happened? Touch Fluffy Fluff. Wait. How did I turn into this character? Cupcon cat's brain not braining today. No, it's my internet that's not braining today. Wrenchpuff used the cupcap. What? I changed the commands. It shouldn't have done that. What the heck? So I'm just gonna have to like... Oh, how do I undo the command? Whatever. Sorry, just things are just messed up today for some reason. Okay, I think that fixed it. Not the internet. I think that fixed the issue with... Okay, but internet looks like it's stabilizing. Maybe it was. And I fixed the issues with the models. So let me check something. If I go over here... Does my internet break now? No, Oh, maybe it was my fault. My father just finished his call. I can tell because I can hear him moving about. Okay, I think it's because my father finished his call. That's not happened before. There's been multiple times when I've been streaming and he's been on a call and it didn't break the internet. I'm gonna have to tell him to ring the service provider. Because obviously our internet connection has gotten worse. She needs a cupcake of a router. Maybe. Yeah, the cup internet's not working very well. Have you tried putting a demon inside it? No. We had to exorcise the demon from it because it was ruining the internet. Needs cupcake technician on the site. Oh no, my internet's still going all over the place. Okay, no. At least it's not as bad. It's not getting the same drops. But we've got this thing. Sorry, I'm just like spending the start of the stream just trying to troubleshoot internet problems. So we got this. Okay, so I did order this nightlight from one shop. Along with, I ordered this because at first I wasn't planning to get the new Knights, at least not right away. I decided at the end, I'm going to order this. And I also ordered, this. Oh, the Eye of Terror set. As that in, because, you know, I just noticed that they still had them on sale. Like, you know, after a few hours. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to order it anyway. But I bought the Defiler and the Eye of Terror campaign book and some of the new Mechanica stuff from a different website. And unfortunately, all of that is delayed. So they've emailed today saying that they expect they be able to send it out for delivery later this week, but they're not sure. So unfortunately, I might once again be very late with, you know, reading the book. Which, I mean, I was already going to be anyway. Look at this. Hello, Tony.
Burn the sacred incenses, baptize the router with the
Praise
holy
the
oils,
Omnisire.
sing the hymns of purity, purge the scrap code from the blessed machine.
Yeah. Pray to the Omnisire that, you know, every like of this stream is another prayer for Omnisire that this thing gets fixed. Hey, look, Axis. Let me ask you a question. And swords. Why does that look all chaotic? Oh, because it's like a chaos demon being stabbed by a sword. Pyramid house. Apparently knights are part of a pyramid scheme. Not entirely wrong. More pyramid schemes. The eagle getting killed by a pyramid scheme. Mechanicus getting killed by a pyramid scheme. Again, over here, getting killed by a pyramid. See, look, they've got this big old pyramid cut right out. Actually, looks a bit like, do you know, for elite energy sword. You ask a lot of questions. Yeah, hi, Alba, you're lurking. Good luck with your lurking. Look at that eagle. Pat, 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 pat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What? Move this out of the way. Stickers.
Stickers.
Oh, look, there's a banner on the back. You know it's fast because we got the banner in the background. I want to show you something that's ridiculous how stupid the knights can be, though. Is it over here? Is this whether... No, that's not it. Oh, yeah, there's a couple of things I need to show first, actually. New detachments of 40k of the guardsmen. So you got the squadron command, which officers can now give orders to squadron units, and also armored skirmishers, which is any squadron unit. Yeah, any squadron unit that's not artillery and has less than 13 wounds. But they can make advanced moves. Each time an enemy unit ends a normal move and advanced move, so they can make a reactionary move of d6 inches. Also, you got these cool stuff over here. Oh yeah, that's an order, sorry, that we can give. That's really cool. Like, that's good even if you aren't doing, you know, fast army. Definitely isn't for leg trim. Definitely not for leg trim. But until the end of this phase, each time a model in your unit makes an attack, add 1 to the wound roll. That's pretty cool. Am I back yet? Back. God, the House Raven scheme is so awful. Yes, let's do hover strikes, but 2 different directions and 3 different colours. Now back. I am back, yeah. But 2 different directions and 3 different colours. I feel like the basement for GW painters. That's it. You'll paint Raven. No! You hit your leg on your table. No! By the way, select one enemy unit hit by one or more of the attacks of an armored skirmisher. So basically for new vehicles. Or doing like a Chimera or a Taurox, that kind of stuff. That enemy unit cannot have the benefit of cover, and each time another armoured skirmisher attacks it, improve the strength of that attack by 2, which is pretty good, especially for like the melter cannon and stuff, shooting into things. The other detachment is one that's like a super heavy detachment. Allows a Titanic model, so a Baneblade, to have the character keyword. And if you're in engagement range of an enemy, you can shoot at the enemy, even with blast weapons. Just make one of the Baneblades a little less effective. Well, I mean, your vehicles, your Titanic and Squadron stuff. Your Assault, you've only got Assault hatches, which is an enhancement for a Titanic unit, or Titanic transport, which allows them to... your units to disembark and charge, even if it made a normal move that turn. Normally can't do that. I've already got something that just makes your Titanic unit just a dangerous in melee, as it gets 6 extra attacks and armor piercing of 2. Which is super cool. Also, we got a new chaplain who looks really cool. Sad that this is probably also going to be a single release model, rather than for making another chaplain with jump pack that's, you know, got multiple options on them. So that's sad. Whatever bad, it's fine. Just ask a weird boy. Oh yeah, one of the things I wanted to show off is Night Destriers can be absolutely devastating in the Blade Company, which gives you Feel No Pain 6+, and the ability to recover a wound each turn on all of your knights. But... oh no, I mean, once again for one character, what the heck? I just realised, I'm meant to be Chibi mode. Apparently the world doesn't want me to be Chibi today.
By the light of the Emperor, show your true self, you foul demon.
Meow. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll do. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm meant to be Chibi mode, but I've just been having a lot of tech issues today. I apologised. But yeah, with this, you can give it an enhancement that gives it +2 attacks, and it can already get +2 attacks if, you know, you take 2 melee weapons. So yeah, it can get like 14 attacks. I'm not evil! Also, it's mega jump, not. If you want to do for big jumps, mega jump. Hi to you too, Cupcon. Yeah, hey to you, Bob. Hello, Bob. There you go. See, and I got it. Nice. But yeah, you can get 14 blooming attacks that hit on 2. Oh yeah, it also gets +1 to hit. So it hit 14 attacks that hit on 2s. Or it can have like lance and stuff. So yeah, which lance gives you +1 to wound on the charge with the weapon in particular. Rigged. No, it's not rigged. It's not rigged. But there you go. So this is pretty cool stuff. Oh yeah, I've not figured out names of my Night Destriers yet. Like my Atropos, which I do have, I've just not built it yet. It's Forebearer's Wisdom. Then you got Wormbreaker, which is the Night Castellan. And then you got the Night Destrier, which I have no idea what I'm going to call it. And one of the Hierophines is called Finality and Arrival. Then you got Cleansing Ignition for a Warglaive, Cleansing Infernus for a Warglaive, then Cleansing Incendium for a Warglaive. and Dustin's finality for Warhound Titan. Yay! I'm not sure if that's how knight naming schemes are meant to be, but that's how my knights are currently named. And he got Virtuality Disconnected for Canis Vex, Holy Endeavour for Knight Crusader, Litany of Purgation for another Knight Crusader. Because, you know, my original Knight Crusader, I gave a rapid fire battle cannon and really I should have given it a thermal cannon, but whatever. I just have to get a second one now. Then for Knight Defender we built is just the Empress Light. Then he got Stark Warning for
Can I
Knight
put a
Heaven.
demon inside your Knight Destria? Also,
No!
I stole your cola again.
No! You're not allowed to! Stark Warning for Knight Errant, Veteran's Blessing for Knight Preceptor. Then Sandurian Ostentor for Knight Valiant. Finality and Meeting for a Helravane, and then another Finality and Departure for another Helravane. That's the names. I've not got names of the Destrias yet. yeah, I'm gonna have a bunch of knights, it turns out. No idea why. I never planned to have a knight army. I didn't plan for this. But you left me with no choice. Okay, so 7 and 8. Leggy legs! There's a little person in here. There's a little person in here. She's a cool little person. She wants to jump about. She wants to run about. She's the coolest person around. 7 and 8. We want to do. 28 is true. 2 is 29 is 27. Okay, so not those 2 bits. Here we go. 7, 8. And we want 9 as well. Litany of Purgation is much better for Preceptors since they are basically chaplains but knights. Really? Oh, I never knew that. I just called it for the Crusader because, you know, it's a Crusader. And Black Templars are Crusaders. Chicken legs. Chicken leggies. They are basically chicken leggies. They're thingies. Hello, Poseidon 9. How you doing? We are currently building the Knight Destria. The fastest... Is this the fastest model currently that's not an aircraft? Like, I don't think even Eldor are travelling this quickly. So amazing. My Ayato and Night box arrived yesterday. Oh, mine arrived today. Okay, so it wants this piece. And it wants this to go here, I think. Yeah, the Knight Destria is... Yeah, I got the box set today. It arrived earlier today. Oh, for my rest of my... Like, my Eye of Terror book's not arrived yet. And my... That's been delayed along with my Defiler and my Admech stuff. Because I bought some of the new Hastarte. Yeah. I think the Hastarte look really cool. I don't think the stats are too bad. Even for the points cost.
Call the Litany of Purgation something like Faith's Wrath or Might of Piety, and then you can free up the Preceptor appropriate name.
Potentially. Potentially. That could work. I sneezed and my headphones fell off. 11 and 12. 11 and 12. We have pieces for days. There's a lot of thank you. Hi, Flash. Hi, Talan. How are you both doing? Violent sneezes. Violent sneezes. Either that or my headphones are just very loose. You want to talk about violent sneezes? I'm the kind of person who often when I sneeze, it just echoes around. And then people are like, what the heck was that? And it was like, it was my sneeze. I feel like, I thought we were under attack. A doom was approaching. So if I cut off just that little tiny tab there, is this telling me I can just turn? I can decide what way I want this to be. I can reset the legs. Do you think you can actually change the positioning of the legs? You probably could actually. Yeah, that seems cool. Although actually looking at this. There's a wire going into that leg, which might make it hard to change the positions very much. Sad. I thought maybe we can change them a little bit at the very least. That could be good. How many titans do I have? One. A Warhound Titan. How many knights do I have? Well, we've built the knight. We built the Knight Crusader. We built a Knight Defender. This is another knight. And we got another knight. And then we got 2 armigers. You gotta go now. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. As opposed to disgusting sneezes, which is a pistol attack on a Swallopox Scrivener. Oh no. Oh no. But I hope you have a good rest of your day, Dr. Smilex. Yeah, I don't have disgusting sneezes. My sneezes aren't my sneezes are more like a supersonic attack. Yeah, we could have it change what position it wants to be. And if we don't glue it until... Like, what we can do is choose not to put glue on this bit and instead just put glue on this bit. Which will allow us to freely modify the position. And then once we got the position where we want to, we can just put glue into the gap. And see, it can move. It can twist. We can have the leg more bent if that's what we want. Oh, I like it when they do that. It's cool. Okay, we then want 13, 33, 31, 46. Oh my goodness. So 13 is here. So far, this isn't a bad building experience. Now I have one Titan. Look, look, look. Knights are not Titans. They're completely different. A knight is much, much smaller than a Titan. All Titans are forge-rolled models, meaning they're made out of resin, not plastic. There's a couple of knights that are Titan size. But I don't have those knights. 31 and 33. Not those bits. Not these bits. Not those bits. We're looking at these bits. That's 32. That's 31. That's 33, that's 34. Okay, that's good. Hi, that guy over there. Knight at repose. No idea where I'm gonna put this. And 33 is here. I've heard this is really bad to put together. So... And so far it's not the worst thing we've had to put together. Gives us quite a bit of freedom. I've heard the mutilators aren't very good and there's like one customizable piece in the entire box. 46 is this one. And it's such a weird piece as well. I don't have any of the new mutilators, nor do I plan to get them. Okay, so this goes into here like that. Leg joint. Leg joint. Yeah, they, if you want to know how many Titanic models I have, that's a lot harder to know, like if they have a Titanic keyword. Because the 4 knights I currently have, if you include the 2 that's unbuilt because they arrived today, all count. Okay, so this goes like that apparently. But so do the Bane Blades I have, and I've got 4 of them currently. Well, 1 Bane Blade, 1 Hellhammer, 1 not Stormlord, Shadow Sword, and the other cool thing. Another one. Then I got the Fell Blade, obviously, that's Titanic. Even though the Black Templars had so many knights. They're not Black Templar knights. Black Templars technically don't have knights, although my chapter kind of technically does have knights. Okay, so this goes like that onto here, apparently. Oh, wait, it's actually freedom for motion in here. Oh, that's cool! I love that. I could have it like this. I could change it so it's more like that. It wants to be like this, but if I just clip off that little bit here, that little sticky out bit, I can change what position I want it to be in. Oh, that's cool. So this definitely has a lot of design ideas into it, in which all you have to do is cut off a couple of little pegs. It feels like it's purposely designed to let you cut off those pegs to reposition the legs like you want to. Because I love this. I often get worried when they put wires onto models because it means that you can't really reposition the arms. Because if you do, the wire will no longer be in position. They often have to twist or bend the wire. Now, it's not the worst of these wires because they have this sort of texture on them, meaning that these points become weak points that can stretch and bend around and it doesn't look too weird. Compared to the normal wires, that's just like really just thin bits of plastic. Oh, but I love that. So I can change a position along here pretty easily. Remember, Talanfe found these in a dumpster. The dumpster was on fire. These things are not related. That's basically true, though. We found them in a dumpster. We found them in a dumpster off a planet, I should say. Okay, 14 is next. That's this one. We found them on a planet. So technically, the knights belong to a house. And while you will get some knights that have very close connections with certain chapters and stuff, such as this knight house, they generally don't belong to the Space Marines. Like, the people inside knights are not Space Marines, they're just normal humans for the most part. Very strong-willed humans. Like, calling them just normal humans is a bit of a... doesn't exactly do them justice for what they are. They're extremely strong-willed, and you have to be extremely strong-willed to wield a knight and to pilot one, because every single other pilot who's ever been inside the knight effectively has... their soul is still inside it. Their personality, and it like tries to push against you to take you control of you. Does this house have a loose goose on the roof? No, no, no. It's not like my house. It might have a loose goose as a symbol, you never know. There's a goose loose upon our roof. If you don't know the joke, it's because back in my main room where we do our talking and stuff, over here, smash! Just look at the roof, look at the skylight, look into the corners especially. You see pigeons and squirrels up there. Well, actually not squirrels, the squirrels in this other window over there, behind the chalkboard. A rat! There's a rat loose upon my house! But there's also another pigeon there. Sometimes, yeah, that one pecked out the window. And there's a goose! The goose is upon the roof! Up there. Oh. You know? Looking in through the window. And it waddles away. It's not the soul of pilots, it's more like memories of them. But from what I've heard of the knights, they still feel like the people who pilot the knights still refer to it as like their family members and their souls and stuff. For all intents and purposes, it might as well be. It's more like echoes of their personality and mind is inside the knight. Like it left an impression upon the machine spirit. It's an amalgamation of all previous pilots' personalities imprinted to the machine. Yeah. It's like if you had... super advanced ChatGPT. And like each person it talked to, it just like took a bit of their personality and believed it was them. And like made little copies of them. Basically what it is. Which means that all knights are actually abominable intelligence and knights are terrible. You don't want a knight. I wonder how new knights are. Oh, so it's not true. Knights aren't abominable intelligences. They're technically not AI. It's part of why Chaos Knights are so violent. The once noble pilots are disgraced by current actions that that distress fusion was seen to a degree. Oh no. Although it could still be the souls of the pilots, because don't forget how Warhammer is. The soul is real in Warhammer. And all sorts of crazy things happen. Yeah, so you could have it like that. Oh, you know what? Let's just get rid of this bit. So I can just keep it free movement until I decide I don't want it to be moving anymore. Love the design of the legs at the moment. Pretty cool. Yeah, knights are confusing. Oh, the issue of cutting those things away while it gives it free movement is now no longer really attached to it. Well, that's fine. I can always just glue it properly in when I decide I know what position I want the legs in. Do I want it as long as the legs will allow, which would be this long, or do I want it small, squished? I could have it like that. Oh! I like that. That's so cool. But much like Titans, each knight has a machine spirit personality. Gallants are eager for a fight, and knight pilots feel and express the desire of glorious combat, even if they had timid personalities. Yeah. It's actually a really fun one. If you read Gate of Bones, it has a bunch of knights in that story.
I have question. You know the big boy Imperial Titan robots? Are they as big in game?
The scale of the Titans in Warhammer is very all over the place. Like, sometimes the Titans are really big in lore, sometimes they're really small. Mostly, kind of, yes. Warhammer has the idea of what scale they want the Titans to be. And the most common scale that they use is roughly in line with how big the models are in-game. Now, in-game, you'll look at a Titan and be like, my gosh, that's massive. But if you actually just start scaling it to whatever, you realise they're not actually that big, like, compared to things like Pacific Rim and whatever. Which some people complain about, but I'm still like, you know, they're still massive enough. Yeah, the Imperator Titans are literally, like, Warhound Titan is about, not Warhound, Warlord Titan is about the size of a toddler. Warhound Titan would struggle to fit on the stream. Reaver Titans are really tall, but not as big as Warlord. And then Imperator Titans are like literally size of small children. Not even just toddlers. Yeah, it's like 2 foot of resin. If you want to get a rough idea of the scale, it's pretty easy. Go over here, Warhammer 40k, Armies of the Imperium, Adeptus Titanicus, like on a Warlord Titan. So this is the Warlord Titan model. Oh, it doesn't show you the things inside it, like it's got little pilots in. I think it's because it doesn't come with a head. Where's the head option? Here we go. Yeah, so this is a size of a person, like what an actual Warhammer model, like slightly bigger than a Tau, smaller than a Kroot. And that's just inside the head that's here. So that head is about the same size as my fist. Maybe a little bit bigger. So it's like, get big, just at the head. So the entire model is just ridiculous in size. If you have Marine for scale, they sometimes use it, but I don't think they use it for the Titan. A little silhouette of a Marine. That's 94. Oh, here we go. So I want 41 and 40. That's 41. And 30 must be here. Here we go. Yeah, top of her head can come off. Yeah, the Titans generally have a lot of parts that, you know, you normally just won't see if it's on the battlefield. Like all of the Titans have the inside of a head. I like those features. For example, for door, my Warhammer walls have hinges so I can open and close them freely. Yay!
Could always show the puff the fun time the Chaos Warhound crew is having.
Yeah, the same goes for all of the Chaos Titans. We've got a Reaver Titan as well for Chaos. Dr. Smilex would probably like this. Armies of Chaos, take Titanicus to Taurus. Chaos Warhound, where's the crew? Look at the crew inside it. Having a great time. And that's inside for Warhound Titan. That's the smallest Titan they have. Here's the Chaos Reaver Titan. And the crew is, you know, all caught up inside it. Yeah, Warhound Titans are the smallest Titans. Here's the Imperial crew for Warhound Titan. Reaver Titan. We were having a happy time. Filet? Brings a new meaning to Skeleton Crew. Yeah, just Titan things. Just Titan things. Okay, what do I want now? I want piece 42. I mean, it's mostly just Chaos Titan things. Imperial Titans don't normally meld you into them. That's 45. That's 42. Yeah. And we return with the news. News in baseball today. Todd McIntyre lost every single hit that he tried to take. He is ultimately a failure. Okay, so this can't really turn about at all. Because if it does, this thing won't line up anymore. So I might as well just glue this fully on. Oh no, a lot of animatronic. I can't say words. This goes here. Amniotic. We love when the British internet kicks in. Yeah, my internet's not very good. I apologise. I'm trying. I'll try to see what I can do to get it fixed. I don't know why this piece is meant to be loose. It can only go in one place. Lot of amniotic. I think with the issue with knights and being melded
amniotic
into
tanks basically return to the womb. Suspend a human in a nutrient and oxygen fluid, like an egg yolk.
Isn't that generally used for like when knights have to either be like out there for multiple days at a time or like running, so you know you can't just keep the people inside it. Alternatively, when like the night pilot gets seriously injured, or if they can still pilot the knight from inside it. A bit like a dreadnought works. But again, they don't really meld with the machine like the demonic ones do. Who I got the other leg to do? Tracing paper. We need to start hella space means like that. Potentially. Potentially. Okay, I'm gonna, because I need drinks, I'm going to just have to BRB. I apologize. Smash! Hello! I apologise. Hi. It's putting all sorts of duties. It's part food, part healing gel, part oxygen delivery system. Very smart futuristic tech. I think we have stuff like it today. Really stressing think here. We kind of have stuff like it today. So what you basically want to do is put someone into a sort of preserving fluid in a way. That's like you could do for oxygen rich water basically, so you can literally breathe the water. But I mean, if you just think about how life support systems work, it's basically, imagine someone on life support. You plug them into just like, you know, your food delivery system that just, you know, injects water and stuff right into your veins and nutrition. And they got like feeding tubes put into the person's body. And then like oxygen tubes, all sorts of things. But then what you do is suspend them in water. Effectively partly for just easier transport, but the water itself can have nutrients and stuff put into it, and to keep them clean and free of disease and stuff like that. But what they also do is like, now imagine you add you know where we've got those sorts of controls at the moment, or where you can in theory control something by thinking. They've got like a super advanced version of that linked up to a person. And it's not only just controls something by thinking, but it sends like back responses to you. So the same way you want to move your hand, and as you're moving your hand, it touches things and whatever, and it sends a signal back to you. It does the exact same thing. So when you're hooked up to a knight and you're in one of those tanks and stuff, you don't feel like you're inside a, you know, a floating tank of water anymore. You feel like, you know, the knight feels like an extension of your body, or more accurately, it feels like your body. You see through the knight's eyes. Your limbs are the knight's limbs. What touches, and generally things like knights and dreadnoughts also have like all sorts of sensory receptors all over them. So they can like taste the wind, they can smell, they can feel the wind press against their body, like their metal bodies. And often it's described as their senses being much more sharp and capable than they ever were in life. And this includes like the Space Marines inside dreadnoughts. So their super advanced senses are still less than what these dreadnoughts are capable of. But at the same time, knights are a bit different because the knight like puts its personality upon you. And like its own feelings and extension of how the knight views the world onto your body, changing your personality at its core. So you don't really feel at odds with the knight. You feel like the knight just feels like a natural extension to you. In fact, often when you're outside of a knight, you will feel weird, rather than you feel basically best than at home inside the knight. A Space Marine in a dreadnought, though, describes it usually as torture. Like, but they always miss the actual sensing of stuff with their own actual skin and their own feelings, rather than, and they always think like the way that the dreadnought feels and stuff is just weird, and they don't like it. Which makes sense, I guess. Most of the time, though, if we're putting something in a tank to preserve it, it's not alive. Or if it is alive, it's like small things, like, you know, fish. I think the closest we've ever done to that is like with fetuses and stuff to keep them alive and growing. I imagine a Marine out of his armor feels like weird, like a pilot does, like he's missing something. They kind of do. but Marines do enjoy not wearing their armor. Like if you read the books where they you know, you get to see Marines if they're not on duty. You realise the vast majority of them will just choose not to wear the armor, even if wearing the armor is an option. Because they much rather prefer the feel, you know, of the world and their own skin, rather than having this second skin. Some of them do feel more at home inside the armor. But it's best to remember that Space Marines usually won't be wearing their armor. Like, Space Marines don't spend their entire lives in fights and battles. Most of the time that they spend in their life will be, you know, on board ships or inside their fortress monasteries and stuff like that, just supporting a population. Most of those times they don't need armor on. And they, as a result, will choose to not wear the armor. That's the wrong one. There it is. I imagine, yeah. Space Marines are weird. One of the things you also have to remember though is that like, each Space Marine chapter is different from one another. And each Space Marine within a chapter is also their own person. So while some will feel weird outside of the armor, like for Iron Hands usually, if they prefer having bionics, they prefer being attached to servo mechanisms and their armor and stuff. In general, not the case for every single Iron Hand.
I wonder if Marines view their armor like the Eldar view their masks and helmets, like removing it unburdens them from the warrior's task.
I guess so. I don't think so. It depends on the chapter, because you got two things to look at when it comes to the chapters. You've got first the Primarch for Gene Seed, which is basic for Primarch's influence upon you. And then you've got the culture of your chapter. Like for Iron Hands, they have an entire culture of, you know, adopting bionics and stuff like that. You have the space rules, so for the culture of hunting and fighting. And then you have the likes of the Ultramarines, and especially for right consoles, where they have much more of a culture and Gilliman's own influence into doing things like diplomacy and governing and administration and logistics and stuff like that. Right consoles have an entire culture dedicated around that. Like, they view themselves as warriors second. And as a result, they prefer to be out of their armor. They prefer to be not being a warrior. But then other Space Marines, that's all they can think of themselves as. They feel weird if they can't be a warrior. And having to do, like, you know, diplomacy and stuff, they don't like it. It doesn't make much sense to them. They understand the importance for it all, but that's not what they're there for. They are soldiers. Space Wolf have the culture of...
Space Wolves have the culture of the 3 Bs, Bear, Brawls, and Babes.
Bear, Balls, and Babes? Babes? What do you mean, beer? No, I think bear is much more appropriate. I think it's brawls, beer, and bears and wolves. To be honest, I don't think they really. They like to tell stories. Actually, the Space Wolves do have some stuff. They do have their storytellers and their poetry and stuff like that. And as a suit, they do kind of like to be unburdened for the warrior task. A Space Wolf who is forced to fight every single day of his life because, let's say, he gets put onto a planet where there's demons attacking just constantly. And he's been given the job of just fight for demons, and he basically has no real time off from the demons except maybe a couple of hours when the warp energies are just at the lowest, and as a result there's no demons coming. Yeah, he probably will feel the burden of the battle and the fighting upon him. And the Space Wolves definitely need their time when they're not battling, to be celebrating, to be drinking, to be telling stories, stuff like that. Compare that to the Black Templar, actually. The Black Templar are warriors first and foremost. If they're not fighting, then they're not doing the job. If you put them onto a planet where they have to fight demons 24 hours, the vast majority of Black Templars are not going to be too upset about that. Like, they're not going to think, finally can rest. They're going to think, where's the next fight? Like, if you finally, stop the demons or you need them to go somewhere else. But that's more due to culture rather than anything else. I think it's also just due to Dawn himself of being just being a workaholic anyway. Most of the successor chapters for Sons of Dawn are pretty much workaholics. They don't really have off time, as it were. Like, other chapters generally have off time. Like, you'll find Ultramarines enjoy reading in their off time, or they enjoy, learning about stuff. Of the Ultramarine successors, obviously, the Sons of Folk can enjoy building and making stuff. And that's, like, stuff they enjoy. It's secondary to everything else, but it's what they enjoy. Sons of Dawn generally don't really have room for joy in their lives at all. Space Wolves are the ones that make the most room for joy out of all of the chapters, and their successors too. I think the Sons of Dawn probably make the least time for it. Like, the Imperial Fists, if they're not fighting for building, if they're not building because they enjoy building, for building because they need fortifications, they need defences. And your job's never done. There's always room for improvement. If you put Guard onto a planet where they have to fight demons, they'll be very upset. They'll die horribly, as is the way of the Guard. Kind of. Depends. Guard often have beaten demons of the past. In fact, the vast majority of Guard won't even really realise what's happening with the demons.
Raven Guard enjoying their Dark Slam poetry sessions and listening to emo music.
Kind of. Actually, I don't know much about the Raven Guard when it comes to enjoyment. Maybe they also don't have much like that. I know you got the White Scars, they enjoy racing, they enjoy hunting and stuff like that. The White Scars and the Space Wolves both find joy in their work. The Salamanders, a lot of what they do, it's kind of like, you can argue it's work rather than, any real sense of joy. But it's more that they enjoy the work. Like, they enjoy buildings, they enjoy making weapons and forging things, they enjoy helping people. Guardsmen can, yes, but a lot will still die horribly unless it's catched. It depends, really. Cadians are very, very good at fighting demons. They have a natural... Cadians are good at fighting demons for 2 reasons. One, Cadians know what demons are. There's very few Cadians who don't know what demons are. Most guardsmen, when they go against demons, will just think they're fighting aliens. Xenos. They don't realise what they're actually fighting against. Cadians do, though. And Cadians have extremely strong resistance to warp and to demons and stuff. And they're also very, very effective at fighting demons for guardsmen anyway. Like, a lasgun from a Cadian is more likely to do damage to a demon than a lasgun shot from a Kriegsman, for example. So it really does depend. Catachans are relatively okay at fighting demons. You got the Valhallans, who are extremely skilled fighters, and the Foistrans as well, who could both fight demons with very few casualties. The Mardi and Iron Guard are incredibly disciplined. Like, if they're not being told to go in just wave tactics at the enemy and they actually fight normally, they are very good at actually taking on opponents without taking too many casualties. Like, that's half of the thing of why they can hold a line for so long, because they generally don't take too many casualties. If they did, they couldn't hold the line for as long as they do. Both for Raven. Darn it, Logar. Obviously, no, with a guard, it's never just a lasgun. It's like 8. It's not just a lasgun. It's... You got all the plasma guns, the flamethrowers, the grenade launchers, the melter guns. You've got all the Lehman Rust tanks. You got the heavy bolters, the las cannons, the plasma cannons, the missile launchers, the mortars, the artillery shells. You got the missiles. You've got the air support. The vast majority of the time, the guardsmen are winning most of their battles with relatively few casualties. The times that we see the guardsmen, though, mostly we see them taking massive casualties because they're going against ridiculous threats. It's not even just the fact that the enemy is, incredible, what the enemy is. It's just how much power the enemy has compared to how much power the Imperium can put into the area. One of the fun things about reading about the Indomitus Crusade is, like, you've got these planets, right, where chaos is attacking, and the planet is slowly being overwhelmed by chaos, and they're taking massive casualties trying to fight them back, and they're slowly just losing. Except for the Indomitus Crusade just comes along and just destroys them. It doesn't even need the Custodians or Space Marines to come in. It could just be the Guardsmen. But it's just the fact that the Indomitus Crusade puts just so much more firepower onto the battlefield that it just overpowers the enemy by sheer weight of numbers and firepower, and barely takes any casualties in response because, the enemy just gets killed before they can really fight back. I mean, there's definitely a few significant losses they took of the Indomitus Crusade. But again, that's when the enemy could put down equal forces. And there's planets out there where they do have to fight like demons every single day. And they do take large casualties overall. But the amount of casualties they're taking each day is just a handful. It's just a fact that when you have to do it every single day, and you're taking a handful of casualties every day, that quickly adds up to thousands of casualties. And after a decade of it, that's tens of thousands of casualties. The Baneblade. And the Baneblade, if I'm looking. Yeah, well, Baneblades are more common than they used to be. Baneblades are way more common than they used to be. The main issue is, if you're a guardsman, it's not going to be how powerful the enemy is, though. It's got to be how competent your leader is. Like, that might sound a bit silly, but yeah, it's pretty much, if you've got an incompetent, like, commander, you're pretty much just going to get screwed over. Like, hey, I'm just going to deploy 3 Bane Blades over here, and I'm not going to give it any air support. What do you mean they blew up Bane Blades of some aircraft? It's like, oh, maybe I should have given them air support, I do know, some AA. But, you know, I wanted to keep all the AA around my personal bunker. If you got a competent commander, though, they can win without taking too many casualties a lot of the time. Or, even if you're going to lose, they'll be like, oh, we're going to lose this fight, we might as well, you know, do a tactical retreat. So we can fight another day. Although that being said, even if you do have a competent leader, sometimes they're not going to be allowed to do a tactical retreat because, you know, Imperium does as the Imperium does. The Imperium sucks, to put it simply. I think in many regards, what is his name? Kyphus K novels are pretty good for that sort of thing, where it just shows you the more, I guess, a more accurate idea what the daily life of your average guardsman actually is like. And how effective guardsmen can actually be. There we go. What do we want now? We want 29. I was meant to sit evenly with this. And why big old gap forming here? Honestly, it depends how bad the demon world is as well that they're being asked to defend. What I'm thinking of, honestly, not that bad. It's just more annoying because it's just never-ending demons. I say never-ending demons. Every single night demons just attack. with seeming no end. It's not like an unstoppable amount of demons, it's just slowly wearing down the defenders. Very, very slowly. That being said, the space moves amongst the defenders. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That works. So we now need 43, 44, and 45. Which might be up here. 45ers anyway, at least. $44, so I remember there's 2 of these things. There they are. Do you think they're gonna bring back Eldar Titans? Because I really want them to bring them back. There we go. My head hurts. Okay, well, this needs to go here. There we go. Nice. Now I'm guessing we're gonna do the main. Oh, wait. Wait. These 2 bits go together like. What? Wants these 2 bits to stick together. That does not want to seem to happen. Okay, like this. Okay, I did not expect that to happen. I guess that actually, if you cut out the pieces here, that would allow you to just move these as you wanted to. They can be at any angle. Yeah, that'll allow you to spin. If you cut off the trim here, along there, could have it like sprinting. You know what? Let's put it together how it wants to be put together. I think that could be cool. Oh, I could have it stood on something. Oh, that could be cool. Hey OSCP, it would be nice to have more Tyranid Bio-Titans, so Knight and Tyranid players can do specific Rim-like battles. Yeah, it would be cooler to have a taller, two-legged Tyranid. The one that actually looks like he could fight with a Knight. Which people hoped the Norns would be that, but they weren't. Yeah, what do I want it stood on? I have all sorts of things it being stood on. Okay, then we've got like the 36, 35, so we're building the race now. Yeah. So I'm gonna build this one as a full melee variant. How you been? I've been okay. My headphones are falling off. I've been okay. We've been discussing stuff, and I've not been building this as I should have been doing. 35. Your guys' fault. Distracting me. Okay, 35 is this piece. One of the hippie hip. Honestly, this is a pretty fun build at the moment. It's got really nice options for repositioning the legs. And honestly, you can just go donk. So I think this is meant to go here. Okay, this bit's not wanting to go together as easily, and this bit wants to go here. And why is it not? What the heck? So this wants to be here. You got these two little bits here. Good to see another 40k VTuber. Thank you. Yeah. Building Warhammer is pretty fun. We've been painting as well. We painted this dude. Oh, he's a pretty cool dude. What am I doing? We need this bit It goes back here. It wants to go. You got these tiny little lumps here. If we want to go in these tiny little holes here. My lump, my lump, my little lump. But it's really hard to line that up. And then when you try to do that, it pushes away the two bits it wants pushed together. It goes like that. And this goes on the other side like that. And this goes into here like that. No, I'm just going to carve away these lumps if they just get in the way.
Cupcakes, do not say such things.
I'm building gas next weekend. Ooh, Gaskufaka. I like Gaskufaka. It's pretty fun. Okay, look into her eyes, the shatter portals to the cupcake dimension, gaze into their depths. No madness and true evil. I'm not evil. I have returned to collect additional Bargos. What did I miss? You've got additional Bargos. I love Bargos. We've currently just been trying to get these legs glued together. And I've given up doing it the way that they want me to, so I'm just going to carve away a little lump that are difficult to put together. Yeah, and I'm just going to glue these two now. Like that. And this can be put into here. Okay, the legs really do not want to go together like this. So we'll just trim it all away. Trim all these bits that's meant to make it sit neatly into the way that they want it to fit. And this gives us more freedom in both positioning of the legs and just trying to get it together. Get it together, man! Get it together!
What version of the Strider were you gonna build? Double Dacker? Double Smacker?
Double Smacker.
Both.
We're building for what we're building. Double Smack. I've showed you what I was building. Let's go to new recruit. I'll show you what I'm building. I'll show you what. Lol, I'm keep bashing him to stand on a dreadnought. Ooh, that sounds cool. Wish I had a spare dreadnought thing to have this guy stand on top of. We got the reactionary force over here, and it's the Night Destria here. But yeah, we've given it the Bringer of Justice, which gives it 2 extra attacks with all of its weapons. Oh, wait. Here we go. Yeah, 2 extra attacks for all its weapons, plus 1 to hit in melee. And it's got both of the melee weapons, which already gives it another 2 attacks. So it gets 14 attacks at damage 2, strength 8, AP -2. Or I can have 12 at strength 6, AP -3 with Lance. Or it can go for the D3 plus 3s with 9 or 8, depending if it wants a Lance or not. So it's pretty great. I did show you the loadout. I was like, look how cool this guy is. He gets 14 attacks. And then I'd show the other names. Yeah, the Night Destriers I've not given names to yet. The other one, I'm eventually going to get a second one, but probably a while off. That one is going to be just Chainsword and Frag Bombard. Because I just love a Frag Bombard of D6 plus 3 attacks, rapid fire D6 plus 3. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna like Gatling gun these grenades at you. Wraith Titans, hope so. Yeah, I really want to get Wraith Titans. That would be so cool. Like, I want them to bring back my Wraith Titans. We've not taken away the Tyranid Titans, have they? Is it only for Eldar that had their Titans taken away? Maybe if that means they're going to give us plastic. Wait. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Hierophant Biotitan 350. Pretty cool, dude. Maybe like a close-up shot of its face. I want to see its face. I just realised, is its belly, like, look at that belly. Yeah, its belly is just open. Oh, you can see into its organs. Oh. That's a lot of ribs. You could get a lot of barbecue ribs on this guy. But yeah, okay, we want this now. Yeah, how are these two bits meant to join together? What the heck? So I want this leg like further back maybe, and this leg like further forward. Yeah, I want the two legs like this, I think. To be fair, it's also a transport. It is a transport? I never knew that. I thought it was only the birdie thing that was a transport. And that one giant spore mine looking thing. That's a drop pod. There are two ways to build the legs here. I think there are two ways to build the legs. Either way, I'm happy with these ones. They stop falling off. There we go. Hi, TA. We're struggling with this guy, but we're making good progress. We're making good progress, I think. Maybe. Okay, then we want to glue into here and stuff. Now I've got an idea of the way I want it to be.
Man, I gotta wait till Saturday for mine.
You gotta wait till Saturday. Yeah, I ordered from 2 different shops. I ordered just night stuff from one shop and the Eye of Terror campaign book with the Mechanica stuff and the Defiler from another shop. Unfortunately, the Defiler and stuff are delayed. I don't know how long. They said they're gonna wait. It's gonna be sometime this week, but don't know. For certain. Come on, glue together. Then I want. This piece. There we go. Yeah, it can carry 20 infantry models. With models with 2 or more wounds, counting as 3 models. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Okay, so this thing is... Okay, I can see a bit where people are saying this is a little bit infuriating to put together. Okay, what about these bits? 38. This might be areas where I have to kind of stretch things around and bend some wires now, but I am unsure. If only I had a match. Okay, so I'm looking at that. So it wants to be on this side. Like that. Okay, never mind. I don't need to. It goes into there. I thought it would be going into the leg. Nope. Goes into there. Good, good, good. That's not bad at all then. In fact, that's quite good. That goes there. That's pretty cool looking. Paladin is technically a very specific way for bat to transport. It can carry 20 gargoyles and a floppy bat, which is technically more, but that's what it is limited to. Yeah. Still seems very cool though. Okay, let's look. There's the other one I need. Then we've got the feats to do. Now, on both my Defender and the Crusader, I never put the chest piece on them. I've left it off on both of them. Do we put the chest piece on this one? Or do we just allow the machinery at the bottom to be on display? Actually, it might not even have the machinery molded behind it. I imagine it will, though. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so 1, 5, 3. So now we're finally getting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. We got the feats. We got the feats. Okay, that's 2, 1. We got big old geary bits. If we wonder what clippers I'm using, they're just the Gundam God Hand clippers. and they are broken. Also, hey K-Twax, how you doing? I forgot to say hi. Ooh, the way it's done will allow me to machine expose. Looks like this needs constant maintenance because we suck at it, which could be a theme. Potentially. It could also be representative of, do you know, how they were found in disrepair. Yeah, I could have the feet like this, so we'll just clip off those little bits here. Which one it sat like that. What I'll do for other foot first. Because that one I want flat on the ground. And for other one, I kind of want stood on top of something. I need to find something for it to be stood on top of. I've got a dead Terminator that I could be stood on top of. Which I could paint like a Chaos Terminator. Because, I mean, it's the old type of Terminator, not the Primaris Terminator. Could take like spare knight pieces I've got and put it under there. Or I could take some terrain bits. Okay, so 20, 19, 17 and 18. Yep, they're all right next to one another. That's great. So I wonder what the lore of a Knight Destria is. Like, is it a new knight? Or is it an old knight? Like, there's no chaos version of it, which suggests it's a new knight. And I wonder
Better
again
yet,
if it's
it could be stood in the Terminator. Then it can have a goopy foot.
If we could stood in the Terminator. In fact, that might be a bit difficult to try and make it look like that. Okay, so does it have two big front toes and one big back toe? Or is it one big toe at the front, one big one at the back, and then... No, it's just one big toe at the front. Okay. I can't have it stood in for Terminator without seriously damaging the model, but I think it's such a cool model. Like, you know, dead Terminator pose. I'm pretty sure the article revealing it said it was a new pattern of knight. Ooh. That's cool. And not just a new model way. Yeah. I hope that we'll see more about it in, you know, the Eye of Terror campaign booklet. I kind of wish that, do you know, all of the campaign booklets recently had, do you know, a cinematic reveal for them. Do you like how Yarick does? And how Titus got one for 500 worlds. So this wants to go at the front. Yeah. Because honestly, the two that I'm kind of like, I was excited for the, oh gosh, the Maelstrom one.
Much like horse races, there are penalties for whipping the interns too much, so they can't make every animation.
Why don't you just get a new set of interns to make the animations for the other one? You know? Maybe having it stood on a Terminator. Oh, wait. I've got this Corn Berserker guy. I could have it stood on him. Legs in the air because he just got splattered. Crunched. Nah, that sounds weird. Could have it stood on a bunch of mines. Mine? Horse races would be cooler if we treated it like a relay race and the jockeys had to hop to a new horse each lap. I guess I would make the jockeys seem more important. Okay, let's look. I've got a box of bits over here. Got a Bloodthirster axe it could be stood on. Tau Ion Fusion-y can anything. Too bits. Like weird pickup. I got the front of the, you know, a Goliath. It's got none of the chainsaws on it. Juggernaut pieces. Fusion blade pieces. Squeak. Okay, I'm trying to look for the other half of this thing. I found it. So if I put these two bits together, we get part of a toxicron. And I put it like that, just some green stuff underneath it. If I did that though, I definitely need to move the tentacles on it, so that it could sit more flat and feel more naturally dead. Heard news that Cuptle has been trapped in a lesser soul gem. No, Cuptle's not being trapped in a lesser soul gem. Cuptle's right here. Said if she hasn't played Mate, and that horses tend to perform better at certain times in the race. Who do you think prompts this? A horse! Also, I said so it makes the jockeys seem more important, not makes the jockeys more important. Because at the moment, people don't really pay too much attention to the jockeys as far as I'm aware. They pay more attention to the funny horse names. Maybe this would be the best thing for it to be stood on. Like, the weapon of my enemy is what is crushed beneath my feet. That could be cool. Have like spare tile bits. Ooh, I could have like a just crushed heavy. I do have a heavy weapon platform actually. I could have a crushed heavy weapon platform. Oh, that would be amazing. Cuptle has been used to recharge a steel sword with fire enchant. No, Cuptle would never. Look, if Cuptle's soul got used like that, one, Cuptle would just be sent to the soul cairn and Cuptle would just easily get out of there if this somehow did soul trap him. And two, the exchange of energy you would get for soul trapping Cuptle would be so immense, it would just immediately empty the entire soul cairn. You know? Cuptle's below. What do you mean Cuptle's below level 16? Cuptle's like a level 70,000 drunk driver, Talan. Cuptle spent so much time in the Skyrim mines. The horrors, oh wait, it's Tau. The society. So we put the Eldar heavy weapon platform here. We can snip this bit off the bottom so it can sit flush on the ground or more flat. Level 70,000 drunk driver. Is that some new D&D class on the menu? Yes.
Misery word of the day, menu. If you put Cuptle on the menu, would you put him in seafood or dessert?
I wouldn't put Cuptle on the menu because Cuptle would be the one eating everyone else. You have to understand this about Cuptle. Cuptle is not a kind god. Cuptle is cruel and merciless. It would help if I actually glued the two pieces together here. Have you not seen that Cuptle was once a kaiju, by the way? Don't forget Cuptle is literally basically just a demigod kaiju creature That's just been turned into chibi form. Wait, turtles are not from the sea. Tortoises are. Explode. Yes, see? Wait, no. Turtles are from the sea, Talan. Tortoises aren't from the sea. Tortoises are a land animal. And Cuptle is designed after a tortoise. There we go. I've seen Cuptle eat a whole cabbage on the floor. Little man was having a snack. Cuptle loves cabbage. I think if you type nom, a little animation of Cuptle will appear. Is it nom? It might be something else. There we go. Look, see, Cuptle's eats a little cabbage up there. Just right here. Oh, it's adorable. So we do. We got this thing. We want to put this underneath a foot. So here's a foot. We want it like pushing the stuff underneath it. What I'm thinking here is that we'd want to cut it off here and like, or even just cut it here, just like have it bent out.
Mother, they're catching on to our terrible naming convention. I say a change of name is need. Perhaps Terra Muffin.
Terra Muffin. I mean, maybe. Maybe. That would be pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Let's just clip off all of these little bits here. Yeah. What is the knight stepping on? Eldar heavy weapon platform. So what I can do is I can just twist and turn this piece now. Just purposely bending it for any and every way. Because I have this spare from when I turned some Guardians. Air jail for me. Joe Mama, no! How would Cuptle take a picture using Agamara? Oh my gosh. Denison of Misu might also deserve air jail at this point. You just have it all squished underneath here. Oh, squished. Get squished. Heavy weapons platform. Yeah. Crunched. Oh gosh. That's not good. That's not meant to fall like that. I'm just having difficulties with things back here. Ugh. There we go. Box is trying to fall into the bin. Don't want him in the bin. Okay, now I need the rest of the toes. If you walk around a prison, you can get fined for jaywalking. Oh my gosh. No, wait. Jaywalking's not a thing in Britain. We're not... This... I was about to say we're not dystopian yet, except when I just remembered some of the laws that have recently passed in Britain, and yeah, it's pretty dystopian, never mind. Hey Cup, look, you box turtle, and where are they from? What? Look, you box turtle, where are they from? I don't know what you're trying to say there, I'm sorry. Yeah, I conjure, look, you box turtle, and where are they from? No, I can't tell if my dyslexia is just getting to me. I do have a really bad migraine right now. I think he means Google box turtle and their location of origin. Oh, someone Google it for me. Tell me. Oh, look up box turtle and where it's from. Okay, I get you. I get you. Google never say they have connectivity issues. Oh my gosh, I really can't think today. Really can't anything. Cupton can't have migraines. She can have her own grains. Migraines, whole grains. Oh gosh. I've got whole grain migraines here. There we go. Yeah, that's a cool squashed heavy weapons platform. Squishity squashity. Get off my property. Poor Eldar. You know, I mean, Eldar aren't poor. They're quite wealthy if you think about it. I mean, they grow their metal.
Brother, may I have some oats?
No, they're my oats! The tall one gave them to me. Go for me, brother. The tall gods wanted me to have them. No, brother. I know where they go. There we go. It's all squished. It's all squashed. Heavy weapon platform. Got squished. Underfoot. That's a relatively simple conversion. I like it though. Hi Viable. Today has been a very non-acceptable words even for spicy boys on the internet. My car died of the worst possible on the motorway. In the middle lane. That's how my car died once. I love cheeseburgers. Just on the motorway and I live in a section with no hard shoulder. Oh yeah. So stuck in a live lane. Yeah, it's not fun. Do you have those little orange triangles to warn people though? They're very important. Gotta be real, never seen someone get a ticket for jaywalking. Oh. And visiting a smart motorway is the exception to the rule of the motorways that have hard shoulders. Yeah. I know a few sections like that. My car died. Did your car get repaired though? Or was it beyond repair? Oh. That bit stayed glued down, nothing else did. Okay, without that joint, this is not going to go as easily into here and stay there, but it'll be fine. There we go. We're just going to have to wait for that to dry a little bit. So we'll start the torso building. It probably wants me to do the leg armor next, but I want it to dry first. Having to pay a company to come and lift it to take it to a garage next week, but it got recovered to the house. Oh, model's looking good. Thank you. Oh, I hope it's fine in the end, though. Okay, if there's multiple ways to build the legs if you wanted to, that's cool. Yeah, so now, yeah, wants me to do the leg armor. We'll do that later. We'll instead focus on the torso. I should have really read through the instructions just to see if like what versions for legs I wanted to do. But yeah, this is fine. That's all that. Oh my gosh. Draw, paint a picture of the owl. It just reminds me of that. It's like, so now you got this step done. Just paint it. How to paint your Knight Destria. Okay, so it wants 51, which is this piece. You feel like an orphanage would have been marginally worse to explode into, but maybe a value orphans too. What are you? The guy from Despicable Me? Gru. He valued orphans too much. You know? Once again, House Raven Hazard Stripes seem like hell. Let's look. Oh yeah, because you got to do the triangles and it's yellow, white and black. With a gradient on the yellow. Actually, it's probably not the worst thing ever. If I had to guess how you'd do this easily, tape into that thing. So first spray the entire thing white, then tape down the... Would it be spray the entire thing white? Or would it be just spray it black? No, you'd have to spray it... Yeah, you'd have to spray it black first, then tape down these areas where you want it now, just for the very edges to be white, and then you spray down with your white. And then you remove that tape and put some extra tape on top of the areas, just slightly larger than the black tape, and spray yellow on top, which will be annoying. That'll be infuriating to do. Alternatively, what you do, you just do the hazard stripe using tape. So you do for black, and then you do for yellow. And then what you do is just trace a line along the edges of the black with white. That'll probably be far easier to do. So yeah, it's not the worst, I guess. Belicor doing us a solid by stealing the home planet of House Raven. Plus we got House Carfax, which are really cool. Oh no, it sounds like you might be a bit... What's the word? Biased. I mean, I don't paint hazard stripes. I'm not a big fan of them. Oh my gosh, this person has an actual knight's helmet inside here. The other knights don't have people inside them, except that one knight, the named knight. Oh wait, I think I know what pieces it's this. So let's look for different pieces. There's the banner, by the way. I think it is... There we go, yeah. 52 and 53. That's what I want. I thought they were rounded. These are panels that look like they're from a Tau vehicle. Or like a Tau weapon. That's 52, and it wants to go on this side, like that. No. Are you going to do a custom paint job? This knight would be funny, painted like a hot rod. I'm going to paint all my knights in rough Black Templar colours. With a focus. I'm going to paint them with a focus on blue, black and white, effectively. I'm probably going to put Templar cross decals on them. Possibly for red ones, to represent like the Mechanicus and stuff. Or to Mars, rather. But probably not. I'm probably just going to have to get black or white ones. I can't remember if they're all white Templar crosses transfers. Let me look at my transfer sheets. I got a file over here. Generic Space Marine. Darby. There we go. Okay, I got a file off. Here we go. Oh yeah, there are some white crosses on it. You can barely see there, but yeah, there's some white crosses just here. So yeah, I'll probably put these big transfers on from like that white cross. Pretty cool stuff. I'm thinking I was learning about, you know, tech priests and stuff, and apparently when it comes to like what colours they wear, or more accurately what colours like Skitarii and stuff wear and the equipment is they often are decided by the tech priests themselves. So if a tech piece is a bit more flamboyant or whatever, they might decide to like, hey, I'm not going to paint all of my stuff red. I'm going to paint it all blue. I'm going to paint it bright pink. So yeah, you might have to, especially ones with any sort of like significant power or influence. So like a tech priest in charge of an entire Explorator fleet might just be like, no, everything in my Explorator fleet, I'm just going to paint blue. Well, that's where, yeah, if they're like from Mars or whatever, or they're related to Mars, they're probably going to wear red on their person, but they're not necessarily going to put that red into the stuff they make. So yeah, I'm probably going to focus on blue to represent the tech priest who just likes the colour blue. And a little bit of red to represent Mars. And then black and white to represent the Templars. And you love the blurb for Corvats. Had them coming through the wall like a coalescing shadow before emerging from the inky darkness. Which, if a knight rampages phased through walls next to me, followed by the rest of it, I would void my bowels. Why would you void your bowels? You're meant to fight it, not void your bowels, you silly person. But don't you know how to fight knights? You take a melter bomb, you throw it into its engine compartment, and boom, bing, bang! You just fly up to it. I'll try swatting you, but for only like strength 14. What are you? Toughness 20? Well, I mean, I guess maybe some of them are stronger. There we go. Have I won 82? Which is this piece? Yes. Tech piece found for SDC of Hatsune Miiku's song. Now his entire cohort is teal. Yeah, I'm thinking for Tech Priest. I'm thinking I'm going to like, for the Tech Priest army, it's going to be like red and blue. When I make my flagship tech forces. So I'm guessing it goes like...
Obviously, as mere human, I shall steel my nerves, after voiding my bowels, cry for the Emperor, and charge it with my crack grenade primed.
Yeah, good. Wait, oh, you only got a crack grenade. Oh my gosh. You poor sod. Did the commander not want to spend points on a blooming melter bomb? Remember when he could just give? Guardsmen started with frag grenades, and he could upgrade them to have crack grenades, or he could upgrade them to have melter bombs. Melter bombs were one-use weapons. Other grenades were multiple use. But you could just literally have squad of guardsmen. It's like, what's a squad of guardsmen got to do against my Terminators? So I'm going to use the melter bombs. It's like, oh. Yeah, I'm going to get to 10 attacks. Hits at -1 because it's a grenade against a person. So if I hit them 5s. The strength 10s, they will do in 2s. And also you don't get an armor save against them. You're down to your 5+ invulnerable save. It's like, oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, I did my command so I get +1 to hit anyway. So, you know, we're hitting on 4s actually. And there's a priest in this unit, so we get rerolls to hit. Nice. It's like, what? No. No! It's like, hey, do that Warhound Titan there. It's like, yeah. No, you don't. It's not fair anymore. We got 10 melter bombs in this unit. Don't worry about it. I mean, it does mean that your squad becomes like 10 points per model, but still. I'd prefer to have some sort of haywire mine. That'll probably... Yeah, okay, no. For guardsmen with haywire mines, what you on? That's like super advanced tech. That's what the Space Marines have. What do you want next? You know, £1 million. You want fresh water, do you? You want to go and visit the Emperor? Put into a 5-star hotel? Haywire grenades. A guardsman. Probably in lore, guardsmen do get haywire grenades or mines or whatever, but I don't think there's any haywire mines in the game at the moment for guardsmen. There are for Space Marines. If you use an Incursor squad, you got the haywire mine. I'd take a missile launch if you got one. No. Missile launchers are actually surprisingly useful, I found out. At least against custodians. Like, it kind of came in clutch. The missile launchers did nothing for most of the game, but for first turn, they got 5... Was it 4 or 5 damage? It was either 4 or 5 damage off on a Contemptor Dreadnought. And it was a Scout missile launcher. Like, what? Insane. Look at this thing. Oh. Okay, now I've got to build this. Which is one of these two. 69, no thank you. 55, yes please. Aha, funny number. 55. Tech Priest Tito. Oh my gosh, could you imagine if they added rules for Titanic Duel? And if 2 models that had the Titanic keyword and the Walker or Monster keyword fought one another, they had the ability to deflect attacks based on like the highest strength of any weapon they have. Okay, 56, 57. 56 is here. 57 is not on the same spool. Okay. That's fine. Do you have to use both? No, I just got the next one is going to be part 69. And 72, 73, 71, and 70. This one is part 57, 56, 59, 55, and 58. And 57. Here we go. I don't care. I don't know the use case for mine, since getting so close to affect vehicle sounds bad. So what you do is with a haywire mine, in theory, and this is kind of what the Vanguard allows you to do if you use a stratagem to sabotage an objective. What you do, you go to like an important objective that you know your opponent needs, and you just sabotage it. You just put like the mine into a bunch of boxes. Anything that gets too close to it, haywire mine goes off, disabling all their equipment. Might not kill anybody. There's a good chance it will just like disable the vehicle, and maybe the vehicle might then have a serious malfunction and explode. Because you know they use highly explosive fuels and weapons and stuff. But if you're using an Incursor squad, then in theory your Incursor squad should be moving around relatively stealthily. So what would happen is you'd sneak up to the vehicle and just like clamp the mine onto the side of it. Ooh, what's the Dawn of War trailer? The original Dawn of War. And you'll see an Orc will run up to a Dreadnought. Like the Dreadnought's mowing down all sorts of enemies, but he manages to run up behind it and just clamp, say, anti-tank mine onto the side of it, and then boom! Kind of like that as well. Okay, part 59 is like, I think it's the jets now that we're building. The ram jets. 73, nope. It's 59 I want. 59, it's 59, it's 59, it's 2. 59, it's 59, it's 59, it's 2. Dude, it's at 59. Yes, it is. It's over on this spear. Hi, Nanovote! How you doing? I mean, on tabletop, I watched the first Captain America movie. It's the best representation of using such a mine for me. So yeah, on tabletop, literally, those are the two ways you use haywire mines. In cursors, you just get from within 3 inches of the enemy. Which, yes, them get to within 3 inches of the enemy is kind of, you know, dangerous. But they can do 2d3 damage to an enemy if they do get that close. Incursors have the scout 9-inch rule, so they can get relatively close early on. It goes there. Big old jet. Exhausts. Jet. Okay, and then 58 goes in front of it, which I imagine is the piece I glanced at earlier. That's 72. That's 58. Okay. I know where the next one is. Best haywire anything tentacly inspired from the hive grown. Living EMP missiles are hilarious. But Tau have EMPs. I'm not sure if a haywire mine is actually the same as an EMP, though. I imagine it's probably very similar, but you never know with Imperial technology what it's actually doing. Because they have access to EMP grenades and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, on tabletop, the main thing you want to be doing is you don't want it getting close to you. You want to get close to it, effectively. I find it not actually too bad, especially if you're playing something like Templars, in which case you can charge into a vehicle, do 2d3 damage to it, and then attack it and be wounding it on 5s with AP -1, meaning you can actually do decent damage once you get into melee. The main thing about the mine, though, is it can start at any phase. So that means you can just throw it into the enemy. If they charge you, you can use your Haywire Mine. If they want to fight you, use your Haywire Mine. If they get too close to you, use your Haywire Mine. Requires them to be very close, but because it can be used at any point, you don't have to wait for your turn to come around. Which might mean the Marines have to make like an ultimate sacrifice move, but you know, that's just a price we're willing to pay for a good Haywire mining. You know? Yeah, this one I'll probably have to put for chest on because you got these big old extension-y, cable-y things there. Then it's the other side that we're doing now with B69. Librarius Conclave Detachment sounds very fun. Yeah, Librarians are very fun. If you play Deathwatch, use the Librarius Conclave Detachment. Then you make a Phobos army using the Deathwatch Phobos unit. Put the Librarians, the Phobos Librarians inside that unit. It's incredibly mean. It basically gives every single one of your units lone operative. And your unit can just like teleport across the battlefield. And you've got a bunch of precision weapons. It's like, oh gosh, it's the meanest thing ever.
I can imagine you could set up the incursors or whoever it is in ruins near the enemy, and it acts as an area of no vehicles allowed here.
It kind of does. It's not just vehicles it hits, it does hit infantry for D3 damage. When I used them against the Custodes, I just threw it in as against the Custody Guard rather than any vehicles. Partly because it was just too difficult getting them close to any vehicles. You know, in a point where they can do something. Against the Dreadnought, I couldn't have them walk too close to a Dreadnought because it has 2 flamers on it. And if they'll just be at risk of being overwatched and burnt to death before they can do anything. It's only a 3-inch range. That's the main issue. They really have to basically get into engagement range of you. You have to be in melee. It just gives that unit an extra just little bit of damage onto enemies. Like, hey, I'm charging those Custodians. Take D3 wounds on them. It's a one-use weapon, but might as well. It's either going to force them to use their stratagem for the mortal wounds, or they're going to have to just take a bunch of wounds on the unit. And then because they've got 3 attacks each with sustained hits, AP -1, they can actually be pretty dangerous in combat, especially like Black Templars, which can give them +1 to wound against any threat with their toughness the same or higher than their strength, sorry. The main use of incursors, though, is that they give everyone else, if they target a unit, they give everyone else +1 to hit against that unit, which is one of the reasons why against the Contemptor Dreadnought, it could actually get a missile to do well against it, because, you know, it's now getting +1 to hit. Well, that being said, it's heavy, so if you stay still, you get +1 anyway. But you can then combine it with using a stratagem that gives you +1 to your ballistic skill and improves your AP by 1. And that means your suddenly gets in a missile hitting on 2s, wounding on 4s against Contemptor, and then -3 to your armor save. Which is in cover, so not the greatest. Yeah, it's kind of how you use incursors. They're just there to be like, no. Infiltrators are the more popular version to use though, and I don't really understand it at the moment. Because infiltrators obviously have infiltrate. They've got the cool thing, which I kept forgetting about, that they have Feel No Pain 6+. But other than that, they kind of suck. Incursors are great because they have assault on their weapons, meaning you can advance and shoot with them. Which can combine with like other detachments to give them, you know, advance, shoot and charge. This is really annoying trying to get rid of a bit of sprue on the curved piece here. I'm just going to have to drag a knife along it. But yeah, by comparison, incursors get the +1, though they get -1 AP and sustained hits in melee. Infiltrators just have the normal for 3 attacks at damage, at strength 3, damage 1, no AP. Their weapons have a heavy keyword, but they don't have precision, they don't have any AP. They can't be equipped with any special weapons. They do have an infiltrate keyword though, that is very useful. I think they've got another special ability, but I can't remember what it is at all. Robust Lere with the last few seal eliminators and fusillade sounds like fun. Anti-vehicle and monster block with lone ops, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any last few seals because if you're ever thinking about getting Space Marines, Phobos Marines rather, there's something that's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool box called the Vanguard Task Force. Let me look at it. I'll show you the Vanguard Task Force. And I got 3 of these boxes overall. The first 2 I got really, really cheap on eBay. Oh, no, Raven Guard. They're the sneaky ones. We'll scroll down. There's a box called the Vanguard Task Force somewhere here. It's a monopose kit. It's got loads of cool stuff. It's got a lieutenant with jump pack on it. Well, not jump pack, but he's got the graph jump thing, so he can deep strike. Meaning unlike the Reaver.
To the website. Insert the Batman transition here.
Yeek. Unlike the Reaver lieutenant, this guy is he can actually deep strike. Meaning if you put him in a Reaver squad, he can deep strike with them. Pretty cool. He gets 5 attacks, sustained hits 1, damage 1, AP -1, strength 4. So it's not super good. His bolt gun is only 2 shots. Damage 2, but only AP 0, strength 4. It's not great. But the eliminators here, they can only be equipped, as you can see from here. They don't have the last few seals. They've only got for bolt snipers. Yeah, bolt snipers. You do get the squad here, and this is the only way, as far as I'm aware, to get the Helix Gauntlet. Which is this gauntlet here. This is the thing that actually gives you Feel No Pain. I think this is also for only Lieutenant in Phobos armor model as well. You can easily convert one though. I built one like this, and then I built the other two from actually just putting this backpack on somebody else's body and just giving them cool arms and stuff. Heard suppressors are going into lessons. Yeah, it's also got the suppressors in it. I don't think I've not heard anything about suppressors going to legends. Who said they go into legends? I know you got that one person who is like has every single leak ever, and they're always correct, it seems. And if it's that person, I'd be very, very sad. I mean, the Vanguard Task Force sells really well, partly because of the Helix Gauntlet, partly because of the if the suppressors went into Legends, it would mean that they wouldn't have a Lieutenant in Phobos armor model anymore, because they wouldn't be able to save the Vanguard Task Force. And it means that they also wouldn't have a Helix Gauntlet model anymore, which maybe both of them will go to Legends, but that also seem very weird. What do you call a lieutenant who lost his way? It's a right-tenant. No. But suppressors are one of my favourite units, so it'd be really sad if they actually do go into Legends. Half the reason I even bought that box 3 times was just to get 3 suppressors. 3 units of them. Ow. Thanks for the food. There was chicken nuggies on my head. It was dino nuggies. Don't you think dino nuggies would be better if they were bigger? I do think that'd make a good cereal. Thanks for the drink. Also, people have been asking for suppressors to get a individual release for months. It could be that they're finally going to stop the Vanguard Task Force, and that 11th edition will see suppressors get a final individual release. As along with the Lieutenant in Phobos armor and a new Infiltrator squad. Pizza-sized dino nugget. Yeah! If you don't know, there's this guy, a British guy on YouTube and TikTok and stuff. His entire thing is, wouldn't small food be better if it was bigger? And wouldn't some bigger food be better if it was smaller, like cereal? And he did do giant dino nuggies. Because obviously he did. Don't ask me the name of him because I don't think I've ever bothered looking at his name. It's on YouTube Shorts, what do you expect? My attention span isn't high enough to look at the name when I'm looking at shorts. It does not want to stay down. It like clicks into place, but that means there must... Oh, there's a bit of here. Okay, yeah, there's a bit of sprue just here. Okay. There we go. Any other bits of sprue? If dinosaurs never went extinct, would they be called alive-nosaurs? Dinosaurs never went extinct. Dinosaurs are still around. It's like we're still in an ice age. Did you know? Did you know we're in an ice age? Technically, kind of, depending on the scientific definition of ice age. Still does not want to clip down. Whatever. Look. Legs. Actually a pretty fun channel, that one. That's making just big foods and tiny foods. Everyone wants to make a big grape. And he doesn't want to make a big grape. But you know, we deserve a giant grape. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Yeah, Dennison, who hurt you that you feel the need to bring joy to everyone's world by saying endless jokes? That is a really fun trope. You know, when a character, you know, has suffered so much, so their entire, like, personality has become... Let's make sure other people don't suffer the same way.
I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess.
I guide others. No, Dennison of Misery. You can find joy. You can. You just need to believe. Believe in the Steve. It's got a control panel. A control panel. A control panel is scary enough. Control panel is scary and tough. Control panel is very nice. There we go. Oh. That's pretty fun. Sorry. Okay. We've now got... Oh no! Oh no, it wants it to fuse it into the machine. Okay, I think this bit we don't want to glue in, because otherwise it's going to be incredibly hard to paint. 85 next then. I'm surprised it actually has a little character inside. Do you want to change the head on them? Nah, probably not, if I'm honest. Okay, 86. Really puts into perspective how big the knights are when you put a Persian in them. I don't think Cuptle is going to read it.
Really puts into perspective how big the knights are when you stick a person in it.
True, true. Oh, so you can just put, like, there's a heavy weapon platform. Yeah, well, oh, I didn't put the light back on, oops. Yeah, here's a heavy weapon platform now, crushed underfoot. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so cool. But let's put a Space Marine next to it. Pretty big. I'm with a Defiler is as big as a Knight. I'm not sure. In terms of height, no. In terms of mass, kind of. It's very close to one. I think it's got more mass than Destria has to it. Not sure it's got as much mass as like the Crusaders and the other Questoris Knights. Honestly, the Destria feels a bit expensive for what it is, comparatively. I mean, it's not that much smaller than a Questoris, I guess. It's like, in terms of the amount of sprue you get, it's like, literally, there's this sprue, there's this sprue, and then there's these two sprues. Compared to a normal Questoris Knight, which gives you, like, 5 sprues, it feels like you get much, much less with this model. Which is probably meant to be relatively fitting. But it's not like... It does not feel like just a 10 quid difference in terms of just how big the model is. How much you get in for bots. I don't know, really, you're not actually paying for bits in the model, you're paying for the design of the model itself. How much it costs to come up with it. Okay, it's a bit difficult to put this into place because it's meant to go, wires are meant to go from the arm into the wall. 2 boxes of a Knight Maelstrom box would be a 1k army with options. It would be. It's really not sold out very much quickly. I expected it to sell way quicker than it did. Although they did actually bring back more sales of the Rogel Dawn one sold so well that they kind of brought it back. The Eye of Terror box. Because it was sold out for a while and suddenly it's no longer sold out anymore. And a bunch of other websites it's not sold out on anymore. So if you want to get one of the boxes of the Eye of Terror stuff, you might still be able to find them on various websites. I'm guessing they did a quick reprint of it. Or maybe they actually purposely did it in 2 waves to stop scalpers. It could be very potential that they dropped 1 wave and then dropped a 2nd wave later. So that scalpers would lose out. Because usually reprint productions do take a lot longer than just a couple of weeks to do. So you got 2 arms in here. And that should slot. Yeah, that slots relatively nicely into a pretty sturdy connection. So, oh gosh, I don't even know how I'm going to get this out now. So yeah, I don't think we need to put the... we need to glue it in. That's the thing. I don't think we need to glue it in. Oh no. Everyone I know who does Knights thinks the Strider's a little overcosted for points it is. Really? Yeah, I guess it's not right in the middle of the army rules. I think the new 3-blade attachment's pretty cool with it though. Like it's got special exemptions for it so it can move quicker and stuff. Nighthead is over here. I thought 250 points was not bad. Like, how big is its base compared to a normal knight? I can compare that. I have the knights in my room. There we go. Knight body. Is it the same base size? Got my Crusaders base over here. Might be the same base size. No, it's smaller. Which means it will have an easier time getting around and getting into melee and moving between enemy units and vehicles and stuff and buildings. Which I think is very important. Like, one of the reasons the Defiler is as cheap as it is because it's got such a massive base. That's just going to get in the way. Like, that's what everyone complained about why no one used the original Defiler. Once it got given that massive dinner pizza plate base, I was like, okay, never mind. There's no point in using it anymore. So even with all the new upgrades it's got, it is still very expensive for what it is, in a way. I know it doesn't straight up benefit from a lot of the stuff, like it doesn't do bonds and whatever, but I don't think that's necessarily super important. You're not meant to build an army off these guys effectively. You're meant to just have this as a support role. So you got 250 points spare, throw this guy down, and he can just leg it into the enemy and do serious damage. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big knight player. I mean, I've not really played knights. I really like it and I like its rules. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's good or bad. It just means I like it. We're kind of hoping for 220, 230 points for this model since it doesn't seem to fit into the hierarchy. Okay. Also, that new is just the index detachment giving back to us after the toughness runes changes of the codex. Yeah. I did recognise it had a bunch of stuff that the old knights used to have before the codex came out. You know, in the minor detachment. 10? 10. Like the teleporting knight. I don't know, I definitely think it has a niche within them. Maybe it will be made cheaper because it's not very tough for what it is. That's the one thing I have an issue with it being. It's for a knight, it's very fragile, and for a 250 point model, it's also very fragile. It's around the same toughness as a Defiler, mind you. But a Defiler makes up for it by having an insane amount of firepower, and this is great if you fight. If you give it the shooty options, great if you're fighting into something like Guardsman. Otherwise, it kind of does fall back a little bit into not being as good. Like G-dubs went okay. We kind of screwed you staying power, so have you feel no pain back? I guess so. I mean, Knights weren't exactly doing super badly anyway. And I think that some of the staying power needed to go away. At least, you know, needed to be a bit whatever, because it's not fun fighting an army that's just built around Titanic models. Like, it depends. Like, if you know you're going to fight Titanic models, can be very fun. If you just want a normal game and a person just like puts down 3 Bane Blades and goes, yeah, I'm playing Guardsman, I got a bunch of Bane Blades, here you go. Or just puts down like a Titan or something, it can be a bit annoying. And it's a very common complaint to see, especially amongst casual players. I think where Knights are now, they're in quite a nice place. They could do having a bit of a killing power brought back, I guess. In some regards. It depends. Are you No. I'm not a big fan of magnetizing weapons. I like just building things the way I want them to be built. This guy's entire thing is just going to be charging into melee. Yeah, I'm not a big magnetizer. I like to magnetize bases. I've bought some 10mm magnets, so much bigger. I might clip this bit off here and put a magnet here with some putty, and then I can just magnetize it onto it. Because one of the issues is I don't want it sticking together like this already, because I need to paint it. And having the body attached to the legs is going to make it way harder to paint. So yeah. The 3-blade Knight Destrier with Ring of Justice enhancement as being chainsawed as comical amount. Yeah, I love that. That's literally what my Knight's going to be. This guy's going to be. Honestly, this Strider is dedicated setups though. Both guns have assault, and having the perpetual zoomies means it can always get an angle it wants. Yeah, with the 3-blade attachment, it can also get an easy, 10 inches plus minimum 13-inch movement. Yeah, minimum of, plus the 2 inches. 15. It can get like a minimum 25-inch movement if you really want it to. With maximum 27-inch movement and still be able to shoot, which is just absolutely ridiculous. My second one, I'm thinking of not doing dedicated though. I'm thinking of... Yeah, I'm thinking of instead making it chainsawed and frag bombard. I think the frag bombard is just absolutely hilarious. Now, it doesn't necessarily need a melee dedicated weapon because, like, if you give it the chain cannon, you're never going to really have an issue of guardsmen go and, like, just charge into your feet to keep you distracted. You'll just be able to shoot through them. But I like the idea of giving it a frag bombard and either the chainsaw, which I just think the chainsaw's cooler than the lance in terms of looks, or give it the lance. But so with a frag bombard, it can pretty much decimate any infantry. With a lance, it can pretty much decimate any vehicle on a charge. So I just like having, you know, that capability of doing both. Yeah, it might not be amazing at either, but it's capable of doing both if it really wants to. I like that. I think that looks really cool for squished heavy weapons platform. Armager are Hellwithane are Moirax. Oh, I want to get eventually it's all 6 Armagers that will be able to have. And it will just be 3 Warglaives, 3 Hellwithanes. Moirax is Ford Road model that's it's okay. The main thing I don't like about going for the full shooty version of the weapons is that apparently have an alarm. I don't know what that's about. Oh wait, you got some side panels that go in here. Okay. 90 and 91. Oh, that's what these things are. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the one thing that makes me question the all shooty setup is if you go for all melee setup, it would do well against any list. Okay, you're going up against an enemy that just wants to throw out infantry at you, where you're getting 14 attacks. You're not going to have a hard time eliminating them. You got an enemy that has just decided it wants to go all vehicles today. Well, don't worry. You've got an insane number of attacks. No, don't worry. You've got 12 attacks with at damage D3. No, what is it? No, not 12. 7 attacks at damage D3 plus 3 and lance. You got it easy to take out any vehicles if they're at you. They got a knight list. Well, good. You can take on knight lists. You got a land raider. Good. You can destroy a land raider. But like your opponent puts down, because if you go for the shooty version, your opponent puts down knights. It's like, yeah, my guns are doing nothing here. It's like, oh, you're gone for all, you know, big vehicles. I'm doing nothing here. You're gone custodies. Yeah, I'm not doing very well here. Love for Warglaive. The Warglaive is amazing. I love that. I love the Nelson in Lancer TTRPG. So Night Destry is so cool for me. I too enjoy boosting my mechas to the other side of turn, table 1. Other side of a table, turn 1. Yeah. That's pretty cool. How does this even fit onto here? I'm guessing like that. So yeah. The Night Destry is a cool model. guess it could definitely be better. Oh gosh, dropping pieces. Thankfully this is not the box of vanishing. Oh yeah, so going for the shooty thing. Dedicated shooting just feels like there'll be too many times where you'll be like, huh, yeah, my guns aren't going to be doing much. Of a 250 point model, you don't want that. Like, my choice of knights would always, like, actually most knights always have like an anti-infantry option and like an anti-tank option on them. Which makes them just that little bit more able to go into anything. Okay, we've got the head now it wants me to do. Oh, it's got one of these horrible connect. Oh, it's not as bad as the other connections, actually. Okay, big sprue. Because I think I know which piece it wants. Is it... No, it's A94. It's not those bit. Okay, maybe I was wrong about which part it wanted. Is it over here? Nope. Over here. I don't see it. Over here. There it is. 94. And it wants piece 95 and 96. Or 95 and 96 rather. Nope. Oh, wait, what do they look like? Oh, that looks different from what I expected. And it wants 97 as well. By the way, there's no 67 in this kit, it looks like. Okay, 197. The weird Mechanicus face. Which I don't want to go for with this. I want to go for that with one model. But not this one. I think this one look much cooler. Hello, Night Parade. How are you doing? Our armigers, not armiger, things going well. Our Destria. It's crushed a heavy weapons platform for the Eldari. Has had a spare one? Oh, there they are. 96 and 95. Warglaives are really cool. Warglaives are my favourite armiger. For the same reason I like, you know, I don't like the lack of anti-tank options on the just full shooty Destria. Because it can deal with, you can destroy tanks with it, and you can destroy infantry with it. And the main thing I think about, like, whenever creating a list, is I think more about trying how would I destroy tanks. Because most armies don't really have any issue trying to get rid of lots of infantry at once. Like, Space Marines, you got your bolt guns, you get 3 attacks in melee. You're gonna have a good time killing infantry off. You go for Death Corps or Kriegs as guardsmen, you're getting +1 to hit in melee, and if they hit you too hard, you're getting +1 to wound as well. You've got las guns, you've got power weapons, chainswords. You got a lot of options for drowning out enemy infantry. Better to focus on anti-tank stuff. Oh gosh, I forgot to put this bit on. Oh no. Doing okay? are these the mini knights? Oh, these are the... Yeah, Pedestria is the smaller than a Crestaris knight. So it's the new smaller knight. There we go. Forgot to put this bit on. What? Then we want the helmet. Which helmet do we want to go for? I could go for one of my old helmets, but I do like the new helmets. I'm not a big fan of that helmet. That helmet looks okay. But what's the... Ooh, that one. Let's go with this one. That looks pretty cool. This helmet looks like... Which one is it? This one looks like it belongs to a Dark Souls boss. Maybe I should blue tack this helmet on so I can paint underneath it well. But honestly, you can't see underneath it, even if a blue paint its eyes.
Darkest Rider isn't made for 10th edition. It's made for 11th. Objectives are in ruins, it ignores cover on objectives, and it's Titanic.
Yeah, wait, it ignores cover on objectives. I forgot about that. But even then, you still got an issue of what if the opponent doesn't really bring much infantry that you can like smash apart very easily with it. Like what if the opponent's gone with knights and they've gone for the melee strider? You're just at a significant disadvantage there, it feels like anyway. There we go. Where's the head cover now? There it is. Also looking at the ruins in 10th. A lot of the ruins are still going to be big enough for the Decker Strider to either fight in. For the melee strider, sorry. Or alternatively, what the heck? Also, you got the new rules where you have to charge into base-to-base contact with somebody if it's possible. But you can still charge them, I think, from 1 or 2 inches away. I think it's 2 inches away you can still be. If not possible. You just have to roll. If their base is 12 inches away from you, you have to roll for full 12 inches. But if they're like in ruins and you can't quite sit in those ruins, but you can be within engagement range of them, you can just sit outside of it. Within engagement range of them. But on top of that, if you look at like the way that the ruins are, the Strider should be able to easily run into the middle of them and still able to find a place for it to put its base down. Oh yeah, I guess so. I guess the Dagger Strider's not exactly super weak. Like, it's still damage 2, isn't it, on all its guns, and it's still like AP -1 on them. Meaning against things like the Custodes, that's still going to be enough to kill them off. Because they're not going to have very many units to actually fight you with. What piece am I? What, 104? This is so weird looking. 104. Like, just a topper. This looks like it's slightly better than the way they do the heads of the Custodes. Oh, there it is. Found it. Just a very tiny piece. Again, I feel like you'd rather just throw other units into them. Aren't there other knight units that ignore cover as well? You got not the Castellum, the other version that you can build. That's got a giant flamethrower on it, if I remember correctly. Wait, none of these bits are meant to glue into one another. It's just meant to sit with a friction grit. What the heck? How? It says in all 3 parts, don't glue there, don't glue here, don't glue... Oh, it probably means you can glue it. Okay, never mind. It means just don't glue this bit onto this bit. But you can glue it onto the... They just want some glue in the center of this. This is still probably just going to glue everything together anyway, but whatever. If my finger doesn't wipe all the glue away when I'm trying to hold this, because this is really not fun. Oh gosh. Yeah, they do not know how to do the knight head still. Yeah, I think this will just be the coolest way to do it. Just keep the head glued there, rather than just kind of keep it free moving. Oh yeah. I suspect you'll see 3 Striders run out. Throughout the 3 Striders run out 1 Dagger. 1 to 2 Smacker, yeah. I could also see someone just running the Frag Bombard and the Spear. Or the Gatling Cannon and Spear. And yeah, Valiant ignores cover on the flamethrower because it's a flamethrower. Wardens also get an given armature sustained and ignores cover. Gate Warden Lance also gives buff. Ooh. I wonder how weapons that ignore cover are gonna work. Like, torrent weapons automatically hit, so that just means that all torrent weapons, if they ignore cover, that's just like... That they ignore cover basically means nothing, because cover puts you at -1 to hit now, or ballistic skill or whatever. But... you know... you automatically hit anyway, so having ignore cover is kind of pointless. 76, 77, 75, and 74. That's 62. So I want different arm piece. Okay, this arm is over here. 76, 77, 74, and 75. I suspect all torrents will lose ignore cover in theory. Unless cover also it gets extra rules beyond just the -1 to hit. I think all torrent weapons have ignore cover anyway already. I wonder if with 11th edition we're going to see a change in combat patrol. Oh, this is a Questavis stubber we're putting on now. Okay. Not Questavis stubber, a heavy stubber. Okay, 77 is... okay, 77 is here. It's -1 to hit or -1. It's one or the other. I heard stealth might be a thing, so you can potentially see a -2. Yeah. I think it might be -1 to the enemy's ballistic skill, so it can stack with stealth. Because otherwise, if it continues following the same rules as now, you can only have a maximum of -1 to a modifier. And only a maximum of +1 modifier. So these two bits want to go through here, like this. Oh, wait, other way around. Okay, we then want... $76. 78, sorry. Which will be a weird handle looking thing, which is not fair. 64 is fair. 78. Good gods, pray to the changer of fates for your dice rolls. The Emperor cannot save you anymore. Believe of a crow god. Only he can disrupt fate long enough for your shots to land. I think the entire thing is we want to increase survivability of all units. Because Warhammer at the moment, I think they has an issue of just too much lethality, and they don't want to go for Age of Sigmar route of, you know, just bring models back from the dead. I mean, they do that with some armies, but they don't want to just do it like universally like Age of Sigmar can. I know with Age of Sigmar it's not really that universal, but you got like reinforcement rules and stuff. 79 and 80 is next. Which are like two grippy pieces that aren't here. Aren't here. Aren't there. What the heck? Okay, we're on two circular pieces. 80. Okay, never mind. I found 80. Would take fixed wounds from Age of Sigmar, or is that
Would you take fixed wounds from AOS, or is that too much game system heresy to handle?
I do not like fixed runes. I guess it kind of works in Age of Sigmar, but I really don't like fixed runes. Like, imagine if someone had, you know, wounds and 2+ on their little power fist, and now they can just walk up to your knight and just wound on 2s. I would hate that. You got wound on 4+ on your bolt gun, so now whenever you shoot anything with a bolt gun, it always wounds on 3s, pardon me. 4s, whether it be a guardsman, an orc, or a knight. I think we have too many super heavy things in 40k. The alternative you're going to have to see is armies. Just getting, like, knights would have to have like 60 wounds or something stupid, you know, to give them the same survivability as before. And space means they'll be running around on multi wounds as well, and it just wouldn't be fun comparatively. I much prefer the toughness versus strength system. How a fist versus a guardsman would be wounded on 3s? That sounds stupid. I got a power fist should be wounding guardsmen on 2s. A guardsman power fist should be wounding guardsmen on 2s. Let alone a space marine power fist. Plus, we do already have kind of automatic wounding anyway with anti-infantry and anti-tank, which I think is just a much better system of having specific weapons that do no anti-stuff. Like, yes, this gun designed specially to wipe out infantry should be wounding infantry in 2s. Meanwhile, this weapon designed to take out tanks should be wounding tanks on 2s.
I see pure fury in her eyes from the mere suggestion of fixed wounding.
Yeah, don't do fixed wounding. It's evil. I'm not evil. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. It works fine but that's because they have less. Like, guardsmen are putting down every single army is capable of putting down monsters or tanks or infantry or whatever. It's to basically get the same sort of balance now, you're going to have I guess you could still have the anti-infantry keyword. So yes, it's a weapon that usually wounds on 6s, unless it's firing into infantry, in which case it wounds on 4s or 3s or something. Oh no, it would just absolutely mess up the entire balance of the game, and I would not find it as fun. Like, that's one of the things that puts me off trying to play Age of Sigmar. And sometimes when I've been watching battle reports and I've been like, this seems like a cool battle report, and then it's... Yeah, I just see something where it's like, how is he wounding that thing on 2s? Like, you got a 2+2 wound on your model. Why is he wounding this giant monstrosity on 2s? I don't like it. Take it away. Shield. Do you think these shields actually like generate force fields or anything on them? Same sort of weapon on the other side. They used to have different melee ranges in Age of Sigmar. I think that's disappeared. That sounds cool. Spear and polearms had 2-inch range. That makes sense. I guess you could still do that by increasing like the range in which they can still fight in the melee at. Okay, 61 and 60. I swear, so there they are. Oh, the other thing about Warhammer 40k is it's much more range focused than Age of Sigmar. Like, Age of Sigmar, you don't really, most armies don't have much of a ranged, you know, shooting phase. And even armies of relatively decent shooting often aren't doing major moves in their shooting phase. Unless they roll really, really well. Like, they're just they're usually chipping away at the enemy, and then often their shooting units are still relatively decent in melee. Which is not something you often see in Warhammer. Often, good shooter units don't automatically translate into good melee units. Okay, so now I want my heavy stubber. Where's the heavy stubber? Heavy stubber, come back. There it is. But yeah, it would be very hard to do. I much prefer the system we have now, where we got like strength 14 weapons and stuff. Which felt a little bit ridiculous at first when I first started playing again.
Good shooting units in 40k don't translate into good melee units. Meanwhile, the Black Templars Sternguard engaging in fisticuffs.
That's actually kind of true just for Black Templars in general. Or Space Marines in general. Space Marines are generally better than most factions when it comes to, yes, we can do good shooting, but we can also do good melee. Oh my gosh, they literally skipped over 67 here. There's part 62, 63, 61, 60, 64, 65, 66, and then 68. No part 67. That's 66 down here. Oh, silly. But yeah, it's not just Sternguard, it's like... That was one of the things that actually kind of saved me when I was playing against the Custodes. In fact, when I threw my Phobos Marines into melee, they're wounding on 4s, not 5s. And this just meant it's like, okay, I'm getting like 20 attacks with this unit here. We hit them 3s, we wound them 4s. I get lethal hits. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm rolling so many dice that even on a 2+ save right now, I am literally dying. Okay, this is not good. Oh, there we go. I can see what people mean a bit when they're saying that they have to search through like every single thing. Oh wait, I forgot one of these things. Is it 63? Yeah, 63. What about 60? We already did 69. I already showed you that one. That was one of these big old side panels. He came along for the ride. Take me with you, brother. No. Brother. What about the oats, brother? Promise me, brother, you will not leave me behind. I must go, brother. Oh, also, that shield is just your tilting plate where you put your personal crest. I know that, but it's Terminators have their force fields in their shoulder pads. Do you know where you put the Terminator crest, the Terminator crux? So it makes sense that, you know, I've already got like the big old force field shields that the, you know, Terminators and Sword Breathen, not Sword Breathen, Blade Guard use. So it makes sense to me that they could actually have a force field built in. And I know that they have an entire thing of, you know, rotating the iron shields and tilting them and stuff.
It's not enough to just run your enemies through when you're this big, you gotta make sure everyone else knows who did it.
It's true. It's true. Oh no, bits of glue. There we go. What do we want now? We want our favourite. We want the little round shield on it. Yeah, you want to tell them who did it, but at the same time, it could be useful. It could have a practical application. This is actually really bad when it's like, hey, I'm the commander, one of the most important people leading the defense of this planet. And I'm going to make sure my knight, everyone knows who I am. I'm going to walk around at a giant knight that literally just is bellowing my name all the time and, you know, telling everyone exactly where I am. If my enemies don't know where I am, how are they going to try and kill me? How am I going to prove that I'm better than... That's literally what the knights are like, as far as I'm aware. Oh gosh, it's already 8. My goodness. See, if this knight took a lot longer to build than I was really hoping it would be. Then we've got the shield side to put on as well. There we go. And then let's look. Okay, we're finally putting on the top hatch now. But since I want to be able to take the character... Oh wait, can the character come out? I've just realised I wanted the character to come out, but it asked me to glue something just above the arms, and now I don't think it can come out. Yeah, those things are above the arms are actually in the way. Oof. That's going to be hard to paint from. It's not impossible as long as I can just open up properly inside. Okay, so we want big pieces. 105. Is it 105? Yep. Yeah, night pilots do not make great battlefield commanders. It turns out. What the heck? It wants to go on, like, it just slides over. Got a little, no, you don't have a little lump there. Did I miss a step? No? So these bits are meant to go like that. Tells me that goes there. But when I tried doing it, there's a big old gap. If we push it further down, it... Oh, wait, there you go. It clipped it. It clipped in. It clipped in. Okay, there's a bit of a gap at the back, though. I don't like that gap at the back. Why is there a gap? There's a big old gap there. One of the main knights of how Folkart is one of the masters of a fox. The command control offer. Usually they use backfield knights. This one is an event. The T-cannon and melee knight. Ooh. Thermo cannon and melee knight. Running at your face in a... Having a fight. Okay, I don't like this. I want to be able to paint the knight inside. But the way this is built is it doesn't stay here on top very easily. And trying to paint the pilot inside would be very difficult. And I could completely close it up, so, but I mean I put him there. I want to paint him now. Or her. Maybe a her. Maybe this will just be the most aggressive person you've ever met in your entire life. The only weapon, heavy stubber. I guess I could put some blue tack there for now. Because I definitely want to remove that. Yeah, let's put some blue tack there. So a dude is just in the front lines, hacking through hordes and melting monsters' faces off, all the while calling for bombardment fire in his position from the big guns behind him. Crazy. Yeah, I would not trust a knight as a battlefield commander in the slightest. There'll always be like, stealth? Stealth? Ambush? No. Where's the honor in that? I wanna crambush them. That's where you charge at them with full power. Well, oh, I was hoping the hatch could hinge. It doesn't look like the hatch can hinge. Why is my hatch not hinging? Yeah. I'll do. I'll glue the two pieces of a hatch together so I can just take the entire hatch off. But first things first, we need to put some handrails on for OSHA. You know, OSHA guidelines. We need a handrail 108 and 107 here. Very important. Tomorrow we're building for Knight Castellan. And then the day after we're going to try building the Armigers. I might have to just stop finishing this today and just finish it tomorrow. Start the Castellan tomorrow and then finish it on Wednesday. Because we're going to have a long stream on Wednesday. It's the worst Titan. It's the worst knight at the moment. Not for Castellan, but for other version. Do you know for
Of
one?
course
for
there are
Harpoon
handrails on the knights. We are machines of war, not death traps.
Definitely not traps. There's no honor in using a trap. Handrails, handrails, handrails. Where's my other handrail? It's pizza 107. Pizza 107. There's a little handrail, little handrail, a little handrail. There it is. Yeah, I think what we'll do, we'll finish building this torso bit, but the rest of the arms and stuff we'll finish tomorrow. And we'll do and we'll then start the Knight Castellan. Valiant is for one, that's not for Castellan. Yeah, for Valiant, is that for worst of the knights at the moment? Because every time I look at it, I'm like, it does not seem very good. Like, its Thunder Coil Harpoon seems amazing, but it's like super short range. It doesn't have any melee stats, like its Thunder Coil Harpoon can't be used in melee. It's got a cool flamethrower, but then it's like... But it's very expensive for like how many points it blooming is. It's like... If it was a lot cheaper, then yeah, I could see it being cool. But it's like an expensive model in terms of money and an expensive model in terms of points. You're bringing one for the Thunder Coil Harpoon, way cooler than the Triple Barrel Flamethrower. I mean, I think the Triple Barrel Flamethrower is amazing as well. At first I saw the Flamethrower and thought, oh, that looks a bit like the Thermal Cannon. do have a knight thermal cannon, looks like a flamethrower, but it's more of a melter gun. That's actually one of the reasons why I didn't originally build the thermal cannon for my Crusader, because I just thought it looked like a flamethrower. I was like, oh, I don't want a flamethrower on a knight. I want something big that's going to smash things. And then realised I accidentally took the anti-infantry option, not the anti-tank option. Although rapid firing battle cannon is just hilarious. Okay, hatch 109, 110. Oh gosh. I need to BRB anyway. Tummy, 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 tummy. Oops, wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. Hello! Yeah, I think the Valiant is super cool, like with a Thunder Coil harpoon and stuff, and the triple barrel flamethrower. But in terms of its actual capabilities on the battlefield, it feels like, you know, it's playing second fiddle to the Castellan, and honestly, not really keeping up with any of the others. In terms of, like, power per point. Okay, hatches, 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 hatches. Oh, here's a hatch piece. I don't have a hatch open. I think that would look silly. There we go. There we go. Just clipping bits of sprue off this thing. There we go. And yeah. Okay, then for other part of the hatch is... Where is the other half of the hatch? Not here, so it must be... Oh, that piece. I forgot about that piece. 106. 106. What piece is the hatch? 109. Relatively small flat. Oh no, it's 172. Relatively small flat piece. Oh, there it is. Slightly different shape to what I expected. I thought I really should have paid more attention and realised what shape I was going for anyway. Yeah, we'll glue these two bits, but then we'll just have them rest on top of it. Nice. Then this thing gets clipped here. Gets clipped here. Gets clipped here. And it goes like this. Yeah. So there you go, that goes here. This can go and just plop on top. Oh, yeah. Well, the hatch can always just open up later after this bit's fully glued in. But that'll be after much of the painting's been done. But yeah, the T-car being blast really hurts it. I think in 9th it had obscene damage and more mortal wound generation to offset its singular shot. Oh. Yeah, oh yeah, because it being blast, it can't shoot into melee, can it? Oh, and it doesn't have a melee weapon profile either. Oh, that actually honestly sucks. I was just thinking about how short range its really good weapon is. And it's not like it's a super speedy. I know knights are relatively quick as they are, but trying to get it that close to enemies would be quite difficult. And then its entire thing of setting off mortal wounds is going to be very, very difficult to do when your opponent's probably not going to allow... Any units that's getting that close to the knight is probably not going to be close to any other units they have, because, you know, that'll just be a good way to get mortal wounds on all your units. If I had a further ranged weapon, it'll be a lot harder to spread out your army to stop them. Countering you. It can fire for conflict in combat and its shield break missiles. Yeah. It's not even like Blast helps it very much. Because it's not really going to be firing into... It feels like an anti-tank weapon that they want to be anti-infantry while keeping it as an anti-tank weapon. You know? And it has to be that close to the enemy, meaning... Okay, so here we go. Here's what we've got so far. I will do the arms tomorrow, I think. And hopefully I have some magnets. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some putty here and a magnet in there. Clip off this little bit and put a magnet in its place. And then I can just have it magnetized here. It's like, why would you do that? It's so you can transport us two separate bits. And also so that until I paint it, I can have it just like this without fearing it's just going to fall over. But yeah, I really like this, the crushed thing at the bottom. I'm really glad they added that to it. They didn't, we added it. Oh. Poor Eldari. Always taking L's. What I'm thinking, I kind of want the harpoon on this arm, like pointing down, and the chainsaw on this arm. Oh yeah, it looks so cool though. Destria, definitely one of my favourite knights. That's why we call them Eldar. Ah! Always taking L's. Yeah, also, this cardboard is doing quite well. It's allowed... Not having the dark green background has made for doing the light balance so much easier. Oh, but there you go. Thank you for coming to the stream today. We've looked at the new chaplain, who looks really, really cool. We've looked at the new Knight Destria. We've seen the new detachments of the guardsmen, which are both really, really cool. I think Ignore's cover is already a very good thing. I just thought. Like, yeah, 11th edition cover might be more important. But having, like, objectives in cover wasn't exactly something that didn't happen already. Like, so many of the maps, if you go by the standard battlefields, so many objectives would be in cover anyway. If you're like, I'm just going to build this as the... I've got to do one of the random maps and one of the random objective marker layouts. Oh, here we go. Bunch of objectives are in cover. But I don't know, the new cover rules seem a bit weird. Like, against things like Custodes, I feel like the new cover rules are actually going to be worse. Like, against heavy armored units, you're going to do much better than you used to. Like, you might -1 to hit them, but you don't have -1 to your AP anymore. Assuming you don't have -1 to your AP anymore. In which case, it's like firing into Custodes in cover is so annoying. Like, you go, okay, I've got a bunch of AP -1 weapons to still get 2+ saves against it because they're in cover. But as soon as they're not, it's like, yeah, okay, a few less hits are going in, but now they're actually getting kills. I feel like that's a much, much bigger thing. It depends, like, if you're hitting on 2s and they're saving on 2s, and now you're hitting on 3s and they're saving on 3s. It's kind of even. If you're hitting on 3s and now you're hitting on 4s versus... I don't know. I feel like I feel like against lighter armored targets, the new cover rules are going to be better. Or for lighter armored targets, but against heavy armored targets, the new cover rules are going to be potentially seeing more lethality. But I don't know. But thank you for coming to the stream. Big love hearts to you. Tomorrow we'll finish building this, and then we'll move on to the Castellan. Oh, we're not going to build this version. We're going to build it with a giant plasma cannon of a volcano cannon. Oh, so cool. And yeah, I am going to put 2 shield breaker missiles on it because they're so much cooler than the siege cannons. But we are going to build the armor just like this. So, bye everyone. Big love hearts to you all. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work hard but play harder. Take care of yourself and be kind to others and vice versa. Eat good food, sleep well, dream of cupcakes, but don't eat for cupcakes. They're friends, not food. Goodbye, everyone. Do smash! Is that the new Battle Force box? Yes, it is, big guy.